We believe the world is a better place when we exchange what we have. That's why we've been driving global trade for over 160 years. And we continue to do so, even in these uncertain times. Because we're not here for good enough. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good. The world feels smaller when we're separated. And that's not good enough. We believe the world is a better place when we exchange what we have. That's why we've been driving global trade for over 160 years. And we continue to do so, even in these uncertain times. Because we're not here for good enough. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
You're muted, Marut.
I can see the future painted in my eyes. Open up the door and fade into the night. Dive into a world I know. Take my hand, follow me into the sun. There's no end. This is where we come alive.
At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. Which is why we've committed $75 billion to funding sustainable projects in parts of the world that need it most. Because progress doesn't have to cost our planet.
This is where we come alive.
Standard Chartered, here for good.
Hi, Vikram. Hi, good morning. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, good morning. Good morning, Smitaji. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. Murashi-san, good morning. If you are in Tokyo, good afternoon.
Hello, sir. From Tokyo.
I can see our ambassador have joined.
Good morning, Ambassador.
Verma,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. We're all dot on time. And so Marut, is it right to go ahead? Trees are there, I guess.
Yeah, we may begin, please.
Yeah, thanks. So, very good afternoon and a very good morning, depending on where you are to this inaugural session of the digital, which is the digital conference, and we also have an exhibition on on India-Japan business partnership in the new world order, and it's really a great honor to welcome all of you to this special session. And we have some of our best of friends of both India and the best of friends of CII, and of course my own self present over here. And I'm indeed very, very grateful to see some of the best institutions working together and being able to bring this program to you. I'm particularly indebted that we have a very, very close collaboration and cooperation with our embassy in Tokyo. We have also we have had great collaboration with the Department of Commerce, with the Department of Industry of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India. Of course, JETRO always been a very important partner, and their CDG is here, so very, very nice. And so it's been a great collaboration. And at the Embassy of Japan, of course, I must mention the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. So we are indeed very, very fortunate, and would like to first of all warmly welcome Ambassador Sanjay Verma, Indian Ambassador to Japan, whose personal passion, if one can say, and expertise is really driving this phenomenal economic engagement between India and Japan. And I would also like to take this personal opportunity to always thank him for this leadership in this very, very important role that he has at this point in time. I'd also like to take this opportunity to personally thank and welcome Mr. Toshihide Ando, the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi, for his continuous involvement and extending his support to CII whenever we have been reaching out to him. I must also welcome especially and thank Ms. Sumita Daura, the Additional Secretary of the Department for Promotion for Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT of the Government of India. And Sumita ji has been, like, if I can say, our go-to person in the government for issues relating to a whole lot of things which we keep working on in investments or in industry. And she has been always been a very good friend, a good guide on all the initiatives that we take up with the industry, especially in today's context. I must mention Japan. We've also had the honor and privilege of very closely working with METI on several initiatives. And today it is indeed a great pleasure to see the presence of Mr. Osamu Onodera, the Deputy DG for Trade Policy and Trade Policy of the Trade Policy Bureau of the METI of the Government of Japan. And he's actually, I know, he spearheads the various initiatives of the ministry for enhancing collaboration between our two economies, our two countries. And in Murashi-san, Murashi-san actually has been a very, very good friend and a very, very close partner in all our activities relating to Japan. And as the Chief Director General, he has been instrumental in JETRO's expanded presence in India today, in India role, and really deepening India-Japan bilateral trade and investment relations. And I must end by the person within the CII framework who has been, again, someone who has held our hand very closely with regards to Japan and has led many delegations to Japan when he was the president of CII, Mr. Vikram Kirloskar. Deeply knowledgeable and passionate about Japan, the vice chairman of Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, and represents a great example of successful collaboration of India and Japan in the industry sector. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you very much again for joining us. As two large economies in our two countries represent a very strong partnership pole and stabilizing force, not just for the Asian region, and I really would believe it's for the world. And the economic dimension has always been central to the bilateral relationship, and a great partnership has been forged between our two countries. And I would say that no other countries has shared our development journey so closely. And we in India deeply appreciate not just the presence of Japanese companies, but also the great learnings that have generously been shared with us. Be it the India-Japan SEPA dedicated railway freight corridor, Japanese industrial townships, the urban metro mission, or the recent high-speed rail project, Japan has been a staunch and a very, very strong and a steady partner for India's development. And Japanese companies really find in India a vibrant and a rapidly growing market, facilitative investment climate, and multiple sectors for investment, huge options for them. And they also benefit from competitive, high quality, high spectrum of products that can be sourced from India. And I would really like to stress a few areas to set the context, just to introduce our session here today. First, with a huge thrust which is being given by the government on the infrastructure sector, there is an enormous potential for an increased Japanese role across areas such as project management, financing, operations, and so on and so forth. And this would really define India's growth in the near future. The second point I just wanted to touch upon is in the Indian industry is showing huge dynamism, a lot of dynamic movement, one says, huge dynamism in many sectors where Japanese companies can invest in. For example, India's digital economy is surging ahead, and that's a big area. Renewable energy, that will see billions of dollars of investment by 2025. And there are opportunities in sectors like auto parts or electronics or medical devices, pharmaceuticals, clean energy, biotech, and we'd really like to see Japan much more in these areas. The third thing, which has a tremendous scope in our relationship, is of course this piece on technology. And India and Japan can work in advanced manufacturing with focus on co-creation. And I would really underline co-creation in automation or in artificial intelligence, in Internet of Things, robotics, and so on. The fourth point that I wanted to put up to this very August gathering here today, this morning and afternoon, is that the two industry sectors can now consider going together into trilateral initiatives such as Asia-Africa Growth Corridor and Resilient Supply Chain Initiative, of course. And this can really be replicated for other trilateral approaches in markets like the ASEAN countries, South Asia, and so on. And we in India are especially keen to see the RSCI opportunities and would like to this initiative to be indeed fast-tracked, and something that we would really like to see that happen very quickly. Well, CII has had a very strong and a long-standing association with Japan, spanning almost 4 decades to build partnerships and drive trade and investment. Our Institute of Quality, which is a center of excellence, has phenomenal collaborations with leading Japanese quality institutions for driving the quality mission in India, and for our regular missions, the delegations help build new connections. And today, this digital conference on India-Japan business partnership in the new world order, it is really a it comes at an opportune moment in evolving post-COVID geopolitical construct, if I could say. And I would like to really thank our embassy, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for collaborating with us in organizing this conference. And really, as I mentioned, warm thanks always to JETRO and the JCCII for their support in ensuring a very, very high quality participation that we have here today. So once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for being with us for this important conference. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request and present my very good friend, Mr. Yasuyuki Murahashi, the Chief Director General of the Japan JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, to give his remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernardes. His Excellency Sanjay Parama, Ambassador to Japan, Mr. Toshihide Ando, Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission of Embassy of Japan, Mr. Vikram Kiroroska, Vice Chairman of Toyota Kiroroska Motors, Mrs. Smita Davla, Additional Secretary of DPIIT, and all participants today. So I'm Mr. Murahashi, Chief Director General, JETRO India. Thank you for inviting me to today's event. Please allow me to state a few words as opening remarks. So today is Memorial Day. That's 1 year after the announcement of the strict lockdown in India. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world has been visited by a tribunal like never before. Recently, unfortunately, new cases in India are increasing sharply again. We understand our battle against COVID-19 will continue. We have to find a way to develop our business between two countries. So it is a very good timing to have today's event for the business partnership in the new world order. So I'd like to express my deep appreciation from my heart to you, all the cooperation in holding today's event in the midst of these challenging circumstances. So now, according to the recent JETRO survey on the current condition of Japanese companies in Asia and Oceania, which conducted in 2020, a total of 32% of Japanese company in India expect to generate an operating profit in 2020. However, 50% of expect to incur operating loss. So this is the third highest among 19 countries in Asia and Oceania. And 90% of the reason is sales declines in the local market. As the reason, the highest among the countries, which means all Japanese company, most of Japanese company in India is dependent on the local market in India. However, the business confidence for India is expected to improve significantly in 2021. 68% of companies expect to operating profit compared to 2020. It shows a very high expectation to Indian market. And despite of current weak business sentiment, 51% of companies operating in India answered they plan to expand operations in India. These figures cheers very much to strengthen our business tie between two countries. On the other hand, according to the latest release of the survey of the Japanese number of Japanese companies in India, jointly conducted Embassy of Japan, JCCI, and JETRO, shows the total number of Japanese companies in 1,455. Almost same level last 3 years. So we should realize the booming trend, increasing the number of the company to reach the certain level. Frankly speaking, I do not expect sharp increase in the next few years. So JETRO continues to support the potential companies, Japanese companies to which like to extend their business and invest to India with cooperation to union government and also state government and others. In order to do that, I would like to, India side, to keep the cooperation with Japanese companies and also open economic policy and contribute, make effort to improve the business environment in India. And today, I like to highlight two key words to further development for two countries. The one is, of course, everybody's understand digital transformation, including startup cooperation or new technology and so on. The other one is the carbon neutral, which is called the green and clean tech technologies against global warming. In very near future, there will be an increasing need to solve these social issues of each countries while leveraging wisdom from around the world, instead of relying solely on solutions created within one own countries. And it is highly expected that these will be opportunities to create new businesses and innovation, not just to solve social issues. Use of these digital technologies to achieve the carbon neutral will become one key factor in creating new businesses. We at JETRO strengthen to make an effort on this line, working together with Indian partners. We will continue to provide opportunities for Japanese and Indian companies to be able to jointly create new innovation together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murohashi-san. Thanks for those very important comments, and I'm sure we are going to have further deliberation on this as we go around during the course of this conference. Thank you, and really appreciate your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a small change in the order because I've been told that Ms. Sumita Daura would have to attend to another conference, another meeting rather, with the Honorable Minister very soon. So we would request her to come in. And as I mentioned in the beginning, she has been really been our go-to person and has been one of the most result-oriented senior government officials, if I can say, that we have today, and has been so much helpful in seeing how industry and government can work together on several issues that we have opened up. And therefore, it's indeed great to have, and it's a pleasure always to have her in talking to us on important and very interesting issues. And today, Japan-India relationship, as I mentioned, and as we heard, is so much very critical at this point in time. With those words, I'd like to invite Ms. Sumita Daura, the Additional Secretary, Department for the Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, to give us her remarks and address, please.
Thank you very much, Chandrajit. Very good morning, greetings, good afternoon to the dignitaries on this digital conference and exhibition on India-Japan business partnership in the New World Order. My greetings to His Excellency Shri Sanjay Kumar Verma, the Indian Ambassador to Japan, Mr. Ando, the Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Japan in Delhi, Mr. Onodera from METI, Mr. Vikram Kirloskar, Vice Chairman Toyota Kirloskar, Mr. Murahashi from JETRO, we meet very often, and of course, Mr. Banerjee. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, my greetings. It's a pleasure to be addressing this August gathering. In fact, on 17th of March, we had a webinar in a similar context where METI and DPIIT sat together to discuss India's potential in the global economy. We had a 2.5-hour webinar, lots of discussions, participation. As two large global economies, we all realize the responsibility both the countries have to build a vibrant trade and economic relationship. And both the economies have been important engines of regional and economic growth. We all recognize that. And hence a strong economic partnership between India and Japan is not just beneficial, but also the collaboration is hugely welcome in the context of the growth of the two countries and also the global economy. In terms of bilateral economic relations, we are very well aware of the close and warm friendship, the trade relationship, which stands at around 17 billion USD in 2019-20, but we also recognize the great potential to expand the trade relationship. Besides that, also the great potential that exists to expand the relationship in investments. Japan is the third largest investor in India. FDI from Japan has accounted for about 34 billion USD until December 2020. But as we recognize, and as Chandrajit has pointed out, and Murahashi has also spoken about expectations from the Indian market for Japanese businesses, there's a huge potential for this to go further. And Japanese companies have been proactive. They have been looking at long-term strategies. While they do cater to the large population in India, they have also been looking at accessing overseas markets from India. And the Indian companies have also found lucrative opportunities in Japan. And now is the time to take this ahead in a more collaborative fashion. And Chandrajit has spoken about trilateral collaborations in this context, apart from the many areas and sectors of growth he has mentioned. Murahashi-san from JETRO mentioned the need to improve business environment. And during the pandemic, has utilized the opportunity to bring in both opportunities for business, for growth, and also bring in reforms. We are well aware of these opportunities and also the reforms. However, I will very briefly touch upon some of them. Of course, the country is developing infrastructure at a great pace. There's a huge need to develop this infrastructure. There are huge opportunities to invest in infrastructure in the many ways which Chandrajit had detailed, whether it is project management or it is participating in projects. There is the National Infrastructure Pipeline of identified projects, which has a total capital expenditure of 1.4 trillion USD for 2020 to 2025. 40% are already under implementation, and these are across sectors which are of great interest to the Japanese investors in energy, in roads, urban facilities, railways. So these are a huge part of the expected expenditure. And as far as FDI reform is concerned, India is has a very open policy with most of the sectors which are open to 100% investment under the automatic route. And the government is continuously working to make this more liberal, as was evidenced in the budgetary announcements. And recent FDI reforms have opened up sectors such as coal mining, the NBFCs, contract manufacturing, single brand retail, defense production, insurance sector, to name a few. There have been recent labor reforms to bring in more regulations, flexibility, and to simplify and bring convergence of all the labor laws under 4 codes. And these 4 codes include the Code on Industrial Relations, the Code on Social Security and Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code. So this makes it simpler to understand and do business in India. At the same time, a new public sector enterprise policy is to be announced, wherein all the sectors will be open to private sector participation, while the public sector enterprises will continue to play an important role in the strategic sectors. The government has also taken steps to revitalize the power sector, and the reform of the power distribution companies has been linked to state borrowing limit enhancement. And that is going a long way in bringing more discipline to the power sector. To reduce the dependency on coal, on us importing coal, the central government has also proposed to allow private players in the coal sector and to introduce competition and transparency in private sector participation in the coal sector. Most importantly, all of you have heard, and we also spoke at length in the webinar of 17th of March on the PLI schemes, that is the Production Linked Incentive Schemes, where 13 sectors have been brought under the Production Linked Incentives. It's a game changer reform, and three of these PLI schemes are already underway in electronics and in pharma sector. And there are 10 new sectors which have been added. Most of the schemes are at an advanced stage and are expected to be notified by 1st of April. Some 3 schemes have already been notified out of the new 10 sectors as well. The new 10 sectors cover advanced cell battery, electronic products, automobiles, auto components, pharma, drugs, telecom, networking products, textile products, food products, high efficiency solar PV products, white goods, air conditioners, LED, specialty steel. I'm sure you've heard about all this. And over the next 5 years, the PLI proposes to offer benefits of about 200 trillion rupees or about 30 billion USD through an incentive of 4 to 6% on the additional production, which will be over a base year. So this is broadly the framework for the PLIs, and we look forward, we invite you, we desire that the Japanese investments come in a collaborative fashion, greenfield investments, brownfield investments, collaborative investments. Look forward to that in the sectors which are of interest to the Japanese. The ease of doing business and digitization of processes, simplification of processes has been underway, and my friends in JETRO and JICCI and METI are well aware of the various reforms we have brought in. We spoke at length in the webinar of 17th of March. And with these steps, we are very confident of returning to a growth trajectory of 7 to 8% very soon. And with this, we hope that India has become a more attractive destination for the Japanese companies to invest. Plus, there are the 12 dedicated country-focused industrial townships, the Japanese industrial townships, which already are seeing, some of them are already seeing very vibrant very vibrant investments from Japan. And that is where I would request JETRO, JICCI, and METI to encourage the Japanese businesses. Plus, in the industrial corridors, the industrial corridors are very attractive. The facilities are there, and the environment, the ecosystem is very conducive to manufacturing in a very facilitative manner. So, as we've been talking about, there are emerging areas of cooperation. The Digital India, Chandrajit has already spoken about it. The clean energy, biotech also was mentioned by Chandrajit. He's mentioned the tech, the AI, the IoT, the robotics, the trilateral collaborations, which are a very exciting prospect. The infrastructure, we've spoken about the cyber security area, where we have a large pool of IT professionals and we can provide trained cybersecurity experts. The space cooperation with Japan and India both being key actors in using space for research and development, for Earth observation and so on. I'm sure with such cooperation, areas of cooperation, and the very fast-paced reforms which are taking place in India, the India-Japan bilateral economic relations can touch new heights. Plus, may I also mention the institutional mechanism we've put in place to fast-track investments in India, which is the empowered group of secretaries headed by the cabinet secretary, and each ministry has a project development cell which facilitates, handholds investors, and a lot of issues from the Japanese companies are being now taken care by the ministries, and that this includes the announcement of the vehicle scrappage policy. So a lot of institutional interventions have been made as well. Plus, if I may mention before I complete my remarks, the National Single Window System, which is at an advanced stage of development, which will be a single point where the investor can apply and get all the clearances. That is also at a very advanced stage of completion, a very advanced stage of progress, and we hope to be able to launch it in the coming month. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Chandrajit, and look forward to closer investment ties with Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that very informative, a large number of opportunities that you have really outlined for further collaboration, investment, and thanks for pointing out the areas as well as some of the very, very important schemes which are today being so well received by both Indian as well as global companies in India. So thanks for highlighting them, and we shall deliberate on that as we go along this conference. So thank you once again. So with that, may I now turn to Mr. Vikram Kirloskar, the Vice Chairman of the Toyota Kirloskar Motors and a past president of CII. Mr. Vikram Kirloskar, please. Vikram.
Thank you, CB. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to this conference. Thanks for joining us. You know, a base point for the auto industry, very, very interesting. COVID was difficult enough last year. We lost several months of production and sales. And this year it started picking up. The governments intervened all over the world, gave a lot of support to industries and economies. The car business has been picking up. And this year we have landed up in a situation where there's a chip shortage of electronic parts. And car companies all over the world are struggling to produce. I think this is like an underlying reason why Japanese companies should look at India beyond China as a second source. Very, very simple, and we see it right now in our face. India and Japan have historically shared a close and warm friendship that has evolved over the years because of the many complementarities that the two economies share. The global trading environment altered greatly in the post-COVID era, the two Asian economies and their strong economic partnership could prove to be strategically significant as a stabilizing force for the Asian region, as well as for the entire world, a second source of chips. While Japan is a key participant across multiple sectors in India, it is important that India also offers a conducive sourcing and business environment that can be effectively leveraged by Japanese companies. There is a huge potential for strengthening and expanding this partnership further. A positive externality of the COVID crisis is that it has laid bare the urgency with which nations in the broader Asian region must act. Asia's states must now try to strengthen their supply chains' resistance to future shocks by engaging in regional diversification and by reducing supply chain redundancies, while also shortening the distance between these said supply chains. Many companies have now felt the need to hedge their risks and adopt a China plus one approach. The Japanese government, on its part, has created a $2.2 billion fund, thank you very much, to help manufacturers shift production out of China. While most of the amount is for relocation to Japan, the intent to shift reliance on China would encourage Japanese companies to explore the Indian investment environment. Notably, as Japanese majors are already well entrenched in India to take advantage of the Indian markets, they could consider ramping up their capacities in India to avail of global opportunities. In addition, we believe that India's most sought-after industries, which include professional services and the digital economy, could see a faster rebound as global venture capital firms and technology companies continue to show interest in India's market through acquisitions. Let me highlight a few emerging areas where I think we have the potential to work even more closely together. First, a fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the increased demand for technology-related services such as broadband infrastructure, creating identity solutions, payment systems, web or mobile-based delivery structures, and so on and so forth. This is only expected to increase going forward. The dramatic change of skills and the opportunities this development presents to Japanese companies is wide, with its vast potential for R&D partnership. Second, in the automotive space, it is a known fact that Japanese car makers and auto companies have firmly entrenched themselves in the Indian market. However, thanks to the increase in the IT embeddedness of the automobile components and India's established capacity in IT-enabled services and design, Indian companies have further strengthened their position in terms of component design and the manufacturing segment of automobile industry value chain. Japanese companies may like to explore working with India in this field. And this had been done earlier in terms of chips. I think we would have been in a better situation in the auto industry in the world. Third, the Indian pharmaceutical sector can also be a win-win situation for countries in terms of greater collaboration and investment opportunities from Japan. With Japan's older population and high demand for generic drugs and the focus on increasing mutual cooperation in the sector as laid out in India's SEPA, the Indian pharma sector stands to gain much from Japanese investments. In turn, Japan could benefit from quality and affordable medicines from India. Fourth, Japan is also a large importer of plastics and many small articles, which India has sufficient capability of producing. Therefore, Japanese companies might think it beneficial to invest in manufacturing facilities of Indian plastic industry for sourcing cost-effective intermediate inputs for Japan's import needs. Fifth, the Indian electronics market is one of the largest in the world and is expected to value $400 billion by the end of 2020. India's digital base is the second largest in the world and is growing at the second fastest rate amongst the 17 leading economies. The Indian government has recently instituted a new incentive policy for electronics, comprising of production-linked incentive scheme for large electronic manufacturing, electric manufacturing clusters, and a scheme of promotion of manufacturing of electronic components and semiconductors. I would seriously recommend not only this PLI scheme, but all the other PLI schemes which are being brought out to be considered by Japanese investors in their move from China or other parts of the world, or to find a second source for components which can be sourced all over the world. The major investment opportunities for Japanese companies are in the manufacture of mobile phones, semiconductor, wafer fabrication, light emitting diodes, wearable devices, solar cells, modules, LED, LCD. Research, innovation, and skill development support can be provided in emerging technology areas such as augmented reality, virtual reality, drones, robotics, additive manufacturing, and many, many more things. And research and development of automotive electronics and power electronics mobility. In conclusion, let me state that with improving business environment due to reforms in India and a strong external focus of Japanese investors, it is the right time for Japanese companies to strategize for undertaking much more business in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vikram. Thanks for that presentation, really bringing in the industry and the business perspective. Deeply appreciated. Thank you very much. Now, we would request and bring in the Deputy Director General for Trade Policy Bureau of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of the Government of Japan, Mr. Osamu Onodera.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of the dignitaries, Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Kilosta, His Excellency, Ambassador Berma. I'm afraid Ms. Dara has left, I believe. Mr. Ando, Deputy Chief of Mission in New Delhi, and Mr. Murahashi from JETRO. Thank you very much. With your indulgence, I would like to turn to Japanese because I understand this is mainly a Japanese audience. 本日はデジタルカンファレンス and Exhibition on India, Japan Business Partnership The New World Order に招待されたことを嬉しく思います。まず、開催に向けて準備いただいたインド政府、並びにインド工業連盟の皆様に感謝を申し上げます。日本とインドはこれまで民主主義という共通の価値観、加えて首脳間の相互往来をはじめとした強い信頼関係のもと、さまざまな分野で良好な協力関係を構築してきました。これまで約1400社の日本企業がインドに進出し、雇用創出、人材育成、サプライチェーンの構築、輸出促進に貢献しています。インドは約13億人の人口を抱え、高い経済成長ポテンシャルを秘めた国であり、多くの日本企業はインドの大きな市場に着目してきました。しかし最近はマルチ・スズキ、ヤマハ、東芝、本日登壇ご予定のダイキンなど、アフリカ等第三国への輸出拠点としての可能性も見出す企業も急速に増えています。以上を踏まえまして、私からは日印経済産業分野の連携について一言お話をさせていただきたいと思います。昨年12月に梶山経済産業大臣がインドを訪問した際、小鑓商工大臣との間で日印産業競争力パートナーシップを立ち上げました。インドの産業競争力を強化することを目的として、ビジネス環境整備など、さまざまな課題に協力して取り組んでいます。例えば、進出日系企業の関心が高い物流分野につきましては、物流ワーキンググループを立ち上げて、インド政府も目指す物流コスト削減及び物流の質の向上に向けて物流現場の人材育成の支援などを行ったり、先ほどもインフラ整備について話がありましたが、物流インフラのどこを改善すべきか、日本がどう貢献できるかなどについて意見交換をしています。また、半導体分野などでは、文字通りのゼロ排水規制が厳しすぎるという声がありましたが、ゼロ排水規制が電子関係の工業団地では適用されないことを確認するなど、分野別の課題や個社の抱える問題の解決を図っており、近々第3回の次官級会合も開催する予定となっています。先ほどダウラさんからも話がありましたが、 先週3月17日、日印産業競争力パートナーシップの一環として、産官学による India's Potential in the Global Economy シンポジウムを開催しました。登壇者からは、インドの国内市場の大きさ、人材、とりわけ先ほども話がありましたが、IT 人材の豊富さ、そしてグローバルサプライチェーンの中の輸出拠点としてのポテンシャルに言及されていました。それを現実のものとしていく上では、ここ数十年のインドにおける自動車および自動車部品産業の発展を一つのモデルとして、保護主義に走ることなく、部品輸入を効果的に活用しながら、国際競争力を育んでいくということが大事だというふうなコメントもございました。ご出席されたモハパトラ商工次官からも、セルフリライアントインディアの下で保護主義に走る意図はなく、問題があれば相談してほしいという力強いコメントもいただいております。インド政府としては、セルフリライアントインディアを実現し、グローバルサプライチェーンにおいてより大きな役割を担うべく、投資誘致及びビジネス環境整備に力を入れています。いろいろダウラ局長からもお話がありましたが、昨年、生産量連動型補助制度、プロダクションリンクインセンティブ PLI スキームというものが拡充され、国内で製造した製品の売上高増加額に対して補助金が提供されています。我が国政府としても、インドを重要なパートナーとして捉え、インドに投資をしたいと考える日本企業を、村橋さんのジェトロと協力しつつ、支えています。いくつかの例を申し上げます。インド側の投資誘致機関、インベストインディアには、日系企業専用のインドへの投資専用窓口であるジャパンプラスという、オフィスが設置されていますが、日本政府の職員をそこに派遣し、日本企業が相談しやすいような環境を作っています。また、インドでは工場立地の際の土地確保が課題となっております。日印両政府とのインドの州政府の協力のもと、インドに12カ所の日本工業団地、ジャパンインダストリアルタウンシップスを設置しています。つい先日、日印両政府による進捗評価を行っております。評価レポートには、各工業団地などの立地環境、インド側の誘致策などの情報が満載されておりますので、ご関心の方は経済産業省のホームページをご覧ください。本日の第2セッションでもスマートマニファクチャリングにおける日印の協力の可能性について議論されるようです。ヒロスカーさんからも話がありましたが、インドは強い IT セクターを有している一方、日本の製造業、特に世界でも高い品質で定評のある中小企業との提携の可能性に期待しているとも聞いております。DX、カーボンニュートラル、コークリエーション、そういったお話も冒頭ございましたが、これらの分野において日印の企業でウィンウィンの関係を作っていくポテンシャルは非常に大きいと考えています。経済産業省としては、日本企業がビジネスしやすい環境をインド政府とともに連携して作っていくよう尽力していきたいと思っております。次の第1セッションで議論されると承知していますが、サプライチェーン強靭化も非常に重要であります。コロナ危機を受けまして、生産拠点の集中度が高い状態を改善し、サプライチェーンを強靭化することが世界中で課題となっています。昨年9月、日印豪経済大臣会合にて、インド太平洋地域のサプライチェーン強靭化に向けた協力について議論を行い、現在、インド、豪州とともにサプライチェーン強靭化イニシアティブ、作りと我々呼んでおりますが、の立ち上げに向けて準備しています。すでに産官学で集まり、サプライチェーン強靭化に向けた実質的な議論も開始しております。日本のイニシアティブで今月の3月11、12日にサプライチェーン強靭化フォーラムを開催しまして、日豪印 ASEAN の産官学で地域内での官民連携の具体化に向けた議論をキックオフしました。ここにはインドの産官学も多数出席し、実質的な議論が始まっています。日本とインドはこれまでの二国間協力より広域なアジア地域全体を含めた形のサプライチェーンの強靭化に向けて、共にリーダーシップを発揮していきます。最後に、これまで申し上げましたとおり、日印は良好な関係のもと、本当に多くの分野で協力を推進してきました。しかし、日印連携の可能性には、いろいろな方々がおっしゃっていたように、まだまだ発展の余地があるというふうに考えております。経産省としても、インドとウィンウィンの経済関係のさらなる進化に取り組んでまいります。今回の会議をきっかけに、日本とインドの関係が一層深まるものと確信しております。日印関係のますますの進化と、本日お集まりの皆様方の今後のご繁栄を記念しまして、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Onodera. Thanks for your remarks. Thanks for mentioning some of the very critical areas where we can enhance our relationships. And thanks for specifically mentioning some of those opportunities. So thank you very much for that, for that presentation. And we deeply appreciate your presence and participation at this very important conference today. Thank you very much, Mr. Onodera, once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. Toshihide Ando, the Minister and the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. Mr. Ando-san.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is a great honor for me to participate in this conference, and I'd like to commend CII for this timely initiative. Now, India and Japan have built a solid and strong political and economic relationship over the years, which has developed into the special strategic and global partnership. A strong partnership is based on vigorous and close economic activities between Japan and India, in which CII has played an important role. Furthermore, our two countries are partners sharing a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific, as Prime Minister Suga and Prime Minister Modi reaffirmed when they talked over the phone earlier this month. We are also working together in the format of Quad to realize this vision. And I cannot overemphasize the significance of the first ever Quad summit meeting on March 12th. Now, I would also like to point out that these positive developments are all happening even while we are navigating through difficult waters. 1 year has passed since WHO declared a worldwide state of pandemic. COVID-19 has made a devastating impact on the global economy. And both Japan and India have had to go through a very tough year. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the Indian government trying to strengthen its domestic manufacturing industry by advocating self-reliant India. And I believe that Japan can assist in this endeavor in a meaningful way as a partner of the India manufacturing industry. Our two countries have already launched the India-Japan Industrial Competitiveness Partnership to work together to overcome challenges faced by India in such fields as steel and textiles, through sharing Japan's experience on strengthening its industrial competitiveness. I would also like to stress that Japanese businesses continue to exhibit high interest in investing in and trading with India, even amidst the COVID-19 challenges. Furthermore, it has become a common goal to ensure resilient supply chains, as we have been acutely aware of the vulnerabilities exposed by COVID-19. Against such a backdrop, and in order to promote further economic activities between our two countries, it is critical that the business environment in India become even more stable and predictable. In this regard, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that some of the measures seem to have been introduced in a manner not conducive to our economic partnership. For example, restrictions have abruptly been imposed on the import of Japanese high-quality special steel necessary for the Indian manufacturing industry. Such measures could go against larger goal of making India, simply because without high-quality intermediary goods, companies may face difficulty in making quality products. So while I acknowledge the rationale behind the policy of self-reliant India, and as I clearly stated, Japan can be its staunchest partner, I believe considerations from a long-term perspective can benefit us all. I would also like to stress the significance of literally acting east with ASEAN countries. There are a number of reasons to do so, but I'd like to highlight a few. First of all, ASEAN continues to be a growth center of the world, where a number of Japanese companies are very active. In order to accelerate India's dynamic economic recovery and growth, deepening relations with ASEAN is more important than ever. Second, by doing so, India can be better associated with the regional value chains. Today, there will be an important session on resilience of supply chains, which I believe cannot be complete without discussing the role of ASEAN. Third, ASEAN has been a forerunner in attracting Japan's investment and trade. So we can learn from their best practices to further attract investment in India. This last point is particularly relevant to today's session on smart manufacturing, I believe. Now, on the part of governments, we are trying our best to move our economic partnership forward. Our flagship Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project is on the right track, which will provide much needed economic stimulus through its construction. More importantly, the latest technology of high-speed rail will be transferred to the hands of India, which will make this project a truly joint effort. Japan-India cooperation is now also expanding in new fields, as we mentioned. The two governments signed a memorandum of cooperation in the field of ICT in January, which will promote comprehensive cooperation on 5G, AI, and cybersecurity. ICT presents a huge opportunity for both Japan and India to realize our respective comparative advantage in a complementary manner. In order to broaden our ties, we are also trying to further strengthen the people-to-people connections between Japan and India. In January, the two governments signed a memorandum of cooperation pertaining to specified skilled workers. For the past years, under the existing framework, which is Technical Intern Training Program, many bright India youngsters have already acquired skills in India. But the new specified skilled workers system provides further opportunities for talented Indian people to work in Japan, which will further enrich a web of economic activities. Seminars like the one we are participating today, I believe, can give another impetus in charting the way forward for our economic relations. And I'm sure that interesting ideas will emerge out of today's discussion. Let me stress, though, that the ideas are not for ideas' sake. So it is important to put them into concrete action. We, on the part of the governments, are committed to working with the Indian government to this end. And it is our sincere wish to continue working with all the stakeholders, including leading economic organizations like CII, to create a more resilient partnership and economic network between Japan and India. So let me close my remarks by offering my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ando. Thanks for those very important observations. And we look forward to working with you and engaging with you as we go forward in furthering this very phenomenal relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's now my pleasure and honor to really bring in our guest of honor for the day, our ambassador to Japan, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma. And as all of us know here, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma has been one of the most senior diplomats in the country. And he has such a wide-ranging experience of several countries. And especially in this relationship, his contribution has just not only been phenomenal, but I must say that the type of sectors, the issues that was mentioned by our speaker so far, our ambassador has passion and deep knowledge and interest in those areas, be it especially in the entire field of technology, AI, robotics, and so on that we kept talking about. So it's indeed a great pleasure and privilege to now request our ambassador. But I would also like to mention that there are just about 500 odd participants at this point in time, and more than half being from Japan. And I would urge all our Japanese delegates to please switch on the interpretation and choose the interpretation from the bottom end of the screen. You will see on the right hand side there is an interpretation button. Please feel free to choose if you would like to hear in either English or in Japanese. With that, once again, I would may I warmly welcome and request Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma, our ambassador to Japan, to give his special address. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very, very kind introduction, Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Murahashi, Mr. Kirloskar, Onodera-san, Sumita, who has left for some other important engagement, but in absentia, let me recognize her for her excellent introduction to the Indian investment environment. Mr. Ando, a good, great friend who had always been full of insights as to how to take the relationship further. Let me try to do some plain speaking. I'm sorry, I don't have a written speech. I'll not go through that. Let me try to do some plain speaking. When I saw the title of the digital conference exhibition, it says New World Order. So first of all, let me spend some time on what is this New World Order all about, and how is it going to help or assist or promote the India-Japan relationship, which is already in its spatial, strategic, and global partnership phase. As I see from this part of the world, when we say New World Order, we largely talk of Indo-Pacific and Quad. When we talk of Indo-Pacific, many of the speakers have already talked about third country projects, whether it is Africa Corridor or whether it is South Asian countries, our neighboring countries, where the joint projects could be done. Indo-Pacific concept, it's a vision, it's a set of rules and philosophies which gives us a lot of room to maneuver as far as third country projects are concerned. India and Japan today are big economies. They are big contributor to the global economy. They are big contributor to the global peace and security. And they are also big contributor to the innovation. So can we not together work in third countries as well? After all, if the main purpose of business is to increase the wealth of those who are doing the businesses, as well as to provide enough employment opportunities for Indians and Japanese, these will also do good to us, as it had done for other countries which took these initiatives earlier. Now, what we had been talking largely here is traditional investment. Let's move away from traditional investment. Traditional investments will be done through traditional means, and therefore the companies who are looking at traditional investment will go to the same big five consultancies and try to find out which country to go to. They are not married to a particular country, and therefore what we need to do is we need to do a mapping and a charting of SWOT of the two countries. My strength, that is India's strength, if it is not so much of a strength in Japan, probably it could map together. If my weaknesses are not so much of weakness in Japan, probably it can map together. My opportunities, and if it is a threat in Japan, probably can become a joint opportunity, and similarly the threats. So can we do SWOT analysis of the two countries and then map them together to see what are the new areas of future which are emerging? Traditional investment sectors, I'm not talking about at all. So therefore, there is a need of a new kind of investment environment, new kind of investment instruments, and new kind of investment vision. Supply chain diversification had been talked about. This could be a new kind of investment away from the traditional investment. And it has to take shape of not only intra-India, but it has to take shape of regional. So it has to take shape of Indo-Pacific. Each country in the Indo-Pacific region may have its own strength, which will finally bring down the cost of doing business. And therefore, as business entities, they will be largely interested in doing that, rather than putting all the everything in one geography and suffer due to that. They have already seen it during the COVID crisis. How difficult was it to get a PPE? How difficult was it to get even masks? And now it is happening with syringes. So the thing is that supply chain diversification is a real concern, and it should not only remain a political objective, which our colleague from METI spoke about, but it should also become a commercial objective. Anything which doesn't arrive just in time also means business losses, and therefore the supply chain diversification should become one of the commercial initiatives as well. When we talk of Japan, and I'm very grateful to Murahashi-san, who mentioned that the numbers of Japanese companies in India has not grown. But let me tell you, out of these 1455, you name a major Japanese company and that is presented. And therefore, what I'm looking at now is not the large Japanese companies. They have already got their businesses in India. I'm looking at MSMEs, medium and small scale industry. Now, these are the industries in any country, including in Japan, who have not been on the forefront of internationalization. They don't understand what benefits will it bring to the internationalization, through internationalization. They do not understand what are the problems that they are facing when they go global. And therefore, CII being a major forum and major repository of such knowledge, can it collaborate with its counterparts in Japan and try to devise a platform which will give emphasis to MSME collaboration, not only from the government perspective. We can talk about creating a platform, that's fine, but to look at the real concerns of the businesses, both on the Indian side and the Japanese side. The definition of MSME on both sides are different. Sometimes the medium-sized industry on Japan are large-sized industries on India. So that could also be taken into consideration. Now let me bring you to Quad back again. And Anderson has very kindly mentioned about the summit which took place. And in that summit, 3 subcommittees were set up. One committee out of these 3 was on climate, another was on emerging technologies. Let's just pick up these 2 because our political leaders are already in tune with these themes. Japan could be a net provider on the climate technologies. India could be a net provider on emerging technologies working with the Japanese companies. So in that context, depending on the demographic reasons in Japan, where the population is aging, etc., there is a limited appetite for foreign workers, though we have signed the specified skilled workers agreement. But please remember that it is a homogeneous society, which means 99.9+% are Japanese, who speak Japanese and who are Japanese ethnically. And therefore, the appetite for having a large foreign worker population is limited. It's not like what Qatar has seen or UAE has seen. That will not happen here. And the amount of talent which is available in Japan also needs only kind of strengthening in a few sectors and not in all the sectors as it was with Qatar and many other countries. So therefore, we need to understand their requirements first. And to me, the requirements are pointing towards collaborative projects, which may be financial investment, which may be management related collaboration, which may even be client-based related collaboration. One doesn't know. And all these will take shape in the form of 3 cores, as I have always talked about. And the 3 cores start with co-innovation. Because we are not talking traditional here. We are talking about future and new technologies. So therefore, both the sides, which means the companies on both sides which are interested in a particular technology or a solution, will have to sit together to understand the problem and therefore co-innovate a solution. Once they have co-innovated, they have to co-create a solution. Co-creation here means it could be customized for each country, for India and Japan in this particular example, or even for other third countries. And once they are successful, then we enter the traditional business, which is co-creation, which was very kindly talked about by many speakers, including Mr. Banerjee. So co-creation is an important part, but please don't forget that before co-creation, which I treat as co-production, there had been co-innovation and co-creation as 2 important pillars. Only crossing them, one will be able to reach co-production phase. Once we have understood that, then let's see what, according to my SWOT analysis, what are the areas which are available to us. I would say robotics. Japan has been a premier country in robotics and robotics technologies. But at the same time, in order for those robotics to have volume sales, volume commercial use, they need cheaper coding. They need cheaper embedded softwares. They need cheaper embedded chips. And therefore, it will be worth a while to look at the collaboration with India. IoT, we have proven ourselves globally, and therefore the Japanese companies will only benefit to look at the Indian IoT scenario. When I look at the IoT, the other related industry, which is extremely important, most of the people forget about it, is sensor technology. Without sensor, IoT is nothing. And therefore, we should look at the sensor technology as well, which will finally bring in the IoT solutions to the problems that we as the two countries and two societies are facing, but also the global societies are facing. Big data is a very, very important sector, and my analysis says that the world is going to have an immense shortage of data analysts and data scientists for next 10 years. So unless we are able to secure ourselves with right collaborations on big data and data scientists, we will not be able to move forward. Artificial intelligence, much has been talked about, so I'll not go into that. Fintech is another extremely important field where the solutions need to be found for very fast changing financial world. The rules are changing very often from various countries, regions, as well as various regional trading agreements. So fintech needs to take all these into account so that the finance providing companies and banks are in sync with the rules and they are not violating any of them. Mode 4 mobility, Ando-san had spoken about the specified skilled workers. Mode 4 mobility, we do not see any difficulty in Japan as far as the Indian human resources are concerned. But please keep in mind that there are 3 channels of such mode 4 mobility. One is TITP, which I would say is the lowest one in the 3-layered mobility institutional platform. Second one is SSW, which is the specified skilled worker. But the third one, which is open, and it doesn't have any institutional platform, is the highly skilled worker. And India had been a net provider of highly skilled worker to various countries in the world, technologically advanced countries in the world. We can do the same because that is a requirement in Japan, and we had been discussing it for some time. There are Japanese companies which are very eager to launch themselves into this dimension. Here, just a pause, and pause is that then why can't the Japanese companies outsource their solutions to Indian companies? But that is not the way the Japanese do business. So therefore, unless we understand how do the Japanese business culture work, we'll not be able to push for that as India. And a Japanese company would rather prefer to have its own IT department with its own employees rather than outsourcing. And therefore, you would see that even those Japanese companies who have gone for data center and development centers in India, they have gone with their own establishment and they have taken their own employees in those data centers. So if that is the way the Japanese companies would prefer to do business, we'll have to somehow converge with that. Clouds and networks, this is the next set of opportunities. Clouds in some hegemonistic countries are not trusted very well, and therefore the cloud business will diversify. So can we look at clouds and networks, which will provide sort of a bit of trust on both sides, and therefore we can take it forward. If you look at many of the major companies in the world which are providing cloud services, they have minted money in this COVID period, and Indian companies could also be benefited through that. Data centers are yet another good opportunity to look at. The cost of electricity in India is very low as compared to most of the world, and therefore data centers, in my view, could be worthwhile to look at. Privacy laws and concerns are now we are coming very close to what the European Union's privacy laws are, or the Cloud Act of the US is, and therefore we have full confidence that we'll be able also to converge with the Japanese privacy concerns and laws to allow us to operate the data centers and clouds and networks in India on behalf of the Japanese companies. Renewable energy and biotech are other two very important sectors. I have reached my 19 minutes, so let me just summarize in last 1 minute. Thank you very much for listening to me. And always please keep in mind that spatial, strategic, and global partnership defines the two countries. So it has to be global as well. And let's not only talk about investment in each other's countries, let's also talk about third countries, whether a corridor is created or not. We can always find opportunities. Sri Lanka, you know the terminal issue. Bangladesh is another example, but there could be many more, which could provide connectivity people to people as well as business to business connectivity. With this, I would like to end my remarks, and I hope that my remarks had been of some use to our business colleagues and friends. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Verma. That was just really outstanding because you really put us looking at the future and not just only celebrating what we have been doing so far, which many other speakers spoke about. You let us leapfrog from that celebration of the past to a much different and a future which is so much full of opportunities, and we really need to look at it from the prism that you just mentioned, and moving away from the traditional opportunities that has been with us to see the newer areas, be it in the areas of high tech, be it in a number of high tech areas that you spoke about. You spoke about how we can work together. You spoke about even collaborations for the smaller companies. You spoke about our regional collaboration and how we can have a really explaining the India-Japan partnership in the new world order, so to say. You really explained that. So it was really the keynote for this session, and given us a work not just for CII, for future work that we need to do with Japan, but I guess you have given us a phenomenal roadmap for both our industries and the governments and the countries to work together. Thank you very much for that, and really appreciate this outstanding presentation that you have done today. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the inaugural session, and I'd like to thank all our speakers who have participated here today. Of course, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, our ambassador, Mr. Toshihide Ando, Ms. Sumita Daura, who had to leave for another meeting, Mr. Onodera, Mr. Vikram Kirloskar, Mr. Murahashi-san. So all of you, I'd really like to thank for giving us such a wonderful agenda for our work and really taking this conference ahead with so much of meaningful input. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and be connected for the session which begins now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CB. Thank you, everyone.
The world feels smaller when we're separated. And that's not good enough. We believe the world is a better place when we exchange what we have. That's why we've been driving global trade for over 160 years. And we continue to do so, even in these uncertain times. Because we're not here for good enough. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
I can see the future painted in my eyes. Open up the door and fade into the light. Dive into a world I know. Take my hand, follow me into the sun. There's no end. This is where we come alive.
At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good.
Where we come
Which is why we've committed $75 billion to funding sustainable projects in parts of the world that need it most. Because progress doesn't have to cost our planet.
This is where we come alive.
Standard Chartered, here for good. The world feels smaller when we're separated. And that's not good enough. We believe the world is a better place when we exchange what we have. That's why we've been driving global trade for over 160 years. And we continue to do so, even in these uncertain times. Because we're not here for good enough. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
I can see the future painted in my eyes. Open up the door and fade into the night. Dive into a world I know. Take my hand, follow me into the sun. There's no end. This is where we come alive.
At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good,
Where we come alive.
which is why we've committed $75 billion to funding sustainable projects in parts of the world that need it most. Because progress doesn't have to cost our planet.
This is where we come alive.
Standard Chartered, here for good.
Yeah, okay, so quick. Good morning, all. Sorry.
Good morning.
Morning, Rajesh.
Good morning, Rajesh. How are you?
Morning, Rajesh. How are you?
I think Ms. Kandar is there already, and
Yes, I'm there. Good morning.
yeah. Hi.
Nice to see you all.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Very fine,
how are you
thank you.
doing?
Yeah, we have got a couple of more minutes. So I think we have, I think in terms of panelists, people have almost come in. Most of them have come, I think.
Moraji, arigato gozaimashita.
Arigato gozaimasu. Konnichiwa. Namaste.
Rajan, just for information, I assume you will be speaking English, right?
Sure, no problem. Hi.
Yeah, I think we have all the speakers in place. Maybe in another 1 minute we can start. Yeah. So I think I'll just start off so that and then hand over to Ms. Kandar. Good morning once again, and very warm welcome to the first session at this particular event on digital conference on India-Japan business partnership in the post-COVID era. So we had an excellent inaugural session. We had very, very good discussions and observations, and from our ambassador, we had very good speeches from our ambassador, Mr. Verma, who has gave a very good, what could be really done in a post-COVID era in the new world order, on some of the new things that can happen apart from what is currently continuing needs to be enhanced further. Of course, we had Mr. Kirloskar, Mr. Onodera, and Murahashi-san, Ms. Sumita Davra from DPIT. So thank you. So now coming to this first session, which is more focused on the resilience amidst global supply chain disruptions. We have a very, very eminent panel consisting of Mr. Manoj Kohli, the country head of SoftBank India, Mr. Hadiji Hosuda, the chairman managing director of Nichino India Private Limited, Mr. Rudra Pandey, senior partner from the Shardula Merchant Mangaldas and Company. We also have Mr. Kenji Terao and Mr. Prasad Bakare representing the Sumida Corporation and Sumida Electric India, again a company which is well known and have invested in India. But to start off, we also have Dr. Mitendu Palit, a senior research fellow from the National University of Singapore, again an expert in the subject who would be giving an overview. But to start off, I thank first of all Ms. Mona Kandar, the Minister of Economic and Commerce from the Embassy of India, Japan, for chairing the session, and we really thank you for your personal involvement in putting together the session also. She had really given some very good suggestions. Yesterday we had a very good call. So without further delay, I would now like to hand over to her so that she will she can give her opening remarks, and then of course she will take through the session. Ms. Kandar, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. So at the outset, I thank and compliment CII for organizing this symposium at the most opportune time. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to the eminent speakers and panelists and delegates from Japan and India to this session on resilience amidst supply chain disruption. So the global COVID-19 pandemic awakened the world and global business community to the severe downside risk caused by overdependence due to concentration of supply chain at one place. Though Japan followed +1 policy to diversify her supply chain even before, the global pandemic infused a sense of urgency. In today's session, we look forward to deliberate on all the important aspects of supply chain resilience. According to Gartner, the term refers to good visibility and agility to shift sourcing, manufacturing, distribution activities around fairly rapidly. In its recent survey in July 2020, only 21% of the respondents were found to have a highly resilient supply chain, and more than 50% expect to be highly resilient in next 2 to 3 years. So retaining multiple supply locations are also or can also be viewed as a trade-off between cost of doing business and efficiency. Though generally the term is understood to refer to diversification of manufacturing network in mid to long term, Gartner's suggested strategy includes several short-term strategies such as multi-sourcing, inventory and capacity buffers, ecosystem partnership, harmonization of platform, product and plant. For India, which is an emerging market, it is also seen as an opportunity to realign the international trade, deepen manufacturing ecosystem, build capabilities, and attract FDI. Nonetheless, the attractiveness of the destination will depend a lot on a conducive business environment. Apparently, at present, India as a whole, including center and states, is rising to the occasion and burning midnight oil to put in place a comprehensive, a holistic policy framework that includes a big push to infrastructure and logistics, boosting manufacturing capabilities through product-linked incentives in 13 sunrise sectors, taking forward economic and financial reforms, gaining momentum for ease of doing business, and last but not the least, realizing demographic dividend through skilling and capacity building. India's strategic location in Indo-Pacific and Western Indian Ocean region earns her a consideration for diversification in strategic sectors. Post-COVID-19, new normal is centered around digitization. India is better placed here as well. India has demonstrated a reasonably stable macroeconomic environment and a reasonably good management of COVID-19 pandemic and the good prospects for economic recovery. India also has a unique human resource advantage to have creative brains of global repute available at a reasonable cost. Japan is India's trusted technology and investment partner. The Japanese business is characterized by risk averseness and building steady long-term business relations step by step. They face the challenge to meet the cost of resilience and diversification. The direction of future Indo-Japan relations is likely to depend upon how the high aspirations of India and these characteristics of Japanese business are matched and integrated to further win-win collaboration, not only for both the countries, but also for the world. The complementary aspects of vibrant Indo-Japan partnership and several bilateral initiatives taken by the visionary leadership of both the countries, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Suga, and Honorable ex-Prime Minister Mr. Abe, have provided us with an excellent foundation and edifice. In this session, we will also deliberate upon the possible future direction of our bilateral relations with respect to supply chain resilience. So with this, let me turn to Dr. Amitendu Palit. And I'll give a brief introduction of this eminent speaker. So Dr. Amitendu Palit is a senior research fellow and research lead in trade and economics with Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore. He has served in Ministry of Finance and in the Ministry or Ministries of Industries and Civil Supplies in Government of India. Mr. Dr. Amit Endu has authored several books and is also an eminent columnist. He is an economist at present, specializing in international trade and investment policies, free trade agreements, supply chains, connectivity, cross-border data flows, and Indian economy. He is on World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Trade and Investment, and several other prominent organizations. So with this, I invite Dr. Palit to give his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Palit.
Yeah, Dr. Palit, before you start, just a small announcement, which I thought I will just use this opportunity. I'm sorry to intervene, because we have a lot of friends from Japan and otherwise also. There is an interpretation facility, so you can please use it for using Japanese or English. So kindly, just to highlight. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palit. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Minister Khanda, for that very generous introduction. And thank you so much, Confederation of Indian Industry and Rajesh, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on this extremely important subject in such a distinguished gathering. I'm honored to have got the opportunity. I am perfectly conscious of the fact that I'm in the middle of a group of very distinguished experts who are handling supply chain on a day in and day out manner. And you have been living through this, you have been experiencing this. I really won't try to educate you or wisen you in any respect, but what I'll try to do that I'll try to take a bit of a big picture perspective and try to share with you some of the thoughts which I and a group of colleagues of mine have been gathering out of the regional consultations that we have been having over the last 7 to 8 months. And I'll stay focused on the context of the Resilient Supply Chain Initiative that's been announced by Japan, India, and Australia, and the one that Minister Khanda alluded to in her opening remarks. When we look at supply chains from a trade perspective, and whether it be the WTO, whether it be regional trade mechanisms, or any such bodies, or even businesses looking at supply chains, I think supply chains have really been the darling of the trade community for quite some time to come, 10 years, 12 years, largely because of the fact that supply chains in various parts of the world, and most notably in the part from where I am based right now, and where many of my colleagues in the current event are also based, in East Asia, Pacific, and Southeast Asia. In these parts of the world, the supply chains have really been very effective in convalescing economic integration. They have created opportunities at various levels. They have enabled communities of various skills and capacities to participate in cross-border economic exchanges in as seamless and meaningful a fashion as possible. And they have been supported in those endeavors by global lead firms across a large number of industries. So we saw this happening first from textiles, then gradually it moved to machinery, subsequently to semiconductor, and then subsequently to many other industries which are technology intensive, but in which the capacities of Asia Pacific to contribute to global supply chains have been varied and very, very effective. So while they have been spoken of in a very positive and enlightening fashion, what was probably understated in the conversation on supply chains was the fact that they also contain risks, severe risks that can arise for those associated with supply chains and the communities and people and economies living around them. From the region, for example, we have had examples. Today, we are at the end of the 10th year of the Fukushima disaster. We know the kind of business and industrial disruptions that were caused in regional supply chains following Fukushima. The year after, there were these ravaging Thailand floods, which created great disruptions for the automobile industry in the region. But these somehow went below the carpet till the time the COVID-19 pandemic hit. And the COVID-19 pandemic was actually responsible in a way of bringing together to the minds of a very large number of stakeholders, not just businesses, but also policymakers, consumers, producers, thinkers alike. as to what exactly disruptions are all about and why is there such a crying need for diversification of risks. Now, when this happens, the second point that I wanted to share is that, again, this is probably something that you as industry experts know better than me, that often in supply chains, businesses and individual firms tend to lose sight of their visibility as to where exactly particular firms in elaborate chains are located and in what fashion. There are differences in levels and layers, and not all layers know how the other layers above or below are functioning in what kind of a fashion. So while businesses have been engaged in conversations around resilience, and I think there is no denying the fact that all these conversations around resilience have highlighted the importance of collaborating. Collaboration has been pointed out as a very important factor. Businesses need to talk to each other. Businesses need to engage with each other, share information to make themselves as robust as possible for handling unanticipated developments. But what had never happened was governments sitting up and taking notice of the fact that supply chain disruptions can be calamitous. And those need to be treated as practically national and regional emergencies and need to be handled in such a fashion that governments are in a position to deliver the maximum good out of a system of robust supply chain functioning. And this is where, for the first time, within an initiative like the Regional Resilient Supply Chain Initiative, we are getting to see the governments and the businesses coming together to contribute to a conversation which is going to hopefully quickly contribute to greater resilience of a large number of supply chains. Now, what this means is that earlier, at the firm level, conversations on resilience were confined to within the supply chains. Today, those conversations have got across supply chains. So as a result of which, it is possible for industry A to very clearly figure out what is the conversation on resilience that is taking place in industry B. I mean, automobile industry can connect to chemicals. Chemicals can connect to a back end of machinery. Machinery can connect to fertilizers back and forth and get a very clear idea about what exactly is going on in terms of the thoughts with respect to supply chain and resilience. And this is precisely where the role of government, the G2G collaboration, which is expected to subsequently shift to diagonals of G2B and B2G exchanges, are expected to really provide very substantive dividends in this regard. Now, what I think in this regard, I would like to also suggest is that when we talk about supply chain resilience, we probably, or at least the COVID-19, post-COVID-19 conversation has tended to focus very intensively on sourcing and procuring, and which is, of course, a very extremely important part. But those upstream parts need to be combined with a perspective on the final products and their distribution. Now, this is where there is a very powerful economic logic that goes into the combination of the construct of the Resilient Supply Chain Initiative and similar constructs, which is simply the logic of scale. Today, one of the major challenges that supply chain managers face is that there has been an ample diversification across consumers. Consumers' tastes and preferences change very rapidly. Consumer likings have become so fragile that product cycles are getting shorter by the day and the hour. So as a result of which, what happens is that it is not always possible to focus on very narrowly defined consumer markets. But when one looks at a construct like the RSCI, it's an economically heterogeneous construct. And that is where the beauty of the construct lies. There are complementary economies who are actually coming into the platform together. A couple of the world's largest economies in form of Japan and India are present in the construct, who are being combined together to join forces by Australia, Korea, Vietnam, New Zealand, and other countries from Southeast Asia, which essentially means not just the opportunity of diversifying risks in procurement, but enlarging the final product market in a simultaneous fashion, because these are countries which themselves, while being sources, are also going to act as consumers of final product, which is an extremely important point to be noted. And that's where the success of the RSCI can actually be very powerful. I'll mention two further points before I conclude. The first is We are looking at the growth of the RSCI as primarily a regional initiative. It could be an Asian initiative, it could be an Indo-Pacific initiative, but it is primarily a regional initiative, which we all call as our region. It's a largely developing Asia initiative. And what we see is historically, this is the first occasion since the Second World War when developing Asia has actually suffered an economic recession. It has never happened in the past. In the last 60 plus years of experience of developing Asia, it has only been flying higher, higher, higher and above. The geese have started going higher and higher above. But this is the first time when there has been a contraction. And that is the time when the RSCI comes in. The advantage is tremendous. What RSCI can bring in, if conceptualized rightly and implemented properly, is a whole new set of growth opportunities for a region which at this point in time is really crying out for opportunities, because old opportunities have vanished. New opportunities are hard to come by. Creative thinking has to happen. Capital and technology through a new fusion of cross-border processes need to come together. And new government thinking, collaborative thinking has to guide that effort. And let me end with one final point. I think this is an important point which Minister Khandar alluded to in her comments. I think, again, from a perspective basis, when we look at supply chains, and it's probably a result of the proficiency of Asia Pacific in manufacturing supply chains, when we tend to come to the conversation completely boxed into the ideas of manufacturing parts and components process, let's not in the process overlook the fact that COVID-19 has highlighted tremendous transformations and alluded to the fact that services supply chains, which are connected to manufacturing, are extremely important for performance of manufacturing themselves. So this is the occasion when we cannot or should not overlook the opportunity of bringing the RSCI into prisms of health, education, logistics, transport, and a whole range of connected activities, which can really bring a new set of virtuous benefits for the region. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Palit, for an excellent insight and sharing your vision with us. I cannot agree more that this COVID-19 related disruption and need for developing resilience is qualitatively different than the earlier disruptions that we have experienced. And for the first time, it has brought together business and government. And I'll also include academia, if you agree to this. So brought together government, business, and academia to this whole new gamut of discussions. And very, very important that we need to broaden our vision, not to restrict only to sourcing and procurement, but to have a look at the entire product market and also fathom the vast gamut of creative opportunities lying ahead of us. And of course, services is very, very important. So manufacturing plus services. Thank you for that excellent insight. And I think this is a very good beginning now to turn to our eminent panelists. So let me start with a brief introduction of our panelists. So I'll start with Mr. Manoj Kohli. He is the country head of SoftBank India. SoftBank Group International is supporting over 20 portfolio companies of SoftBank Vision Fund, such as Ola, Oyo, Paytm, Lankart, and WeWork, and others in India. So earlier, Mr. Manoj Kohli served as executive chairman of SE Energy, SoftBank Group, which plans to develop 20 gigawatt of renewable energy. He has also served as CEO and managing director of Bharti Airtel, and under his leadership, Bharti Airtel's India operations scaled up manifold. He also led the African operations of Bharti Airtel. He has held senior leadership positions in various other industrial organizations as well, and other leading institutions as well. Mr. Manoj Kohli is associated with CII as chairman of Future Business Group. Then with us, we have Mr. Hosoda, who is the chairman and managing director of Nichino India Private Limited. Mr. Hosoda has been with Messrs. Nihon Noyaku Company Limited, the holding company, the Japanese parent of the Indian subsidiary, for last 42 years. He has been associated with India since 1985 and moved to Hyderabad, India in 2018. As the chairman and managing director of Nichino India Private Limited, he heads not only the present BPX manufacturing project in India, but also the future Nichino India's expansion of capabilities. Then we have with us Mr. Rudra Pandey. He is a senior partner of Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company. So Rudra has 18 years of experience in corporate commercial transactions, general corporate advisory, and advising on corporate governance matters. Rudra has been very actively involved in various national and international deals. His areas of expertise include corporate structuring, mergers and acquisitions, takeovers and delisting, private equity investment, joint ventures, real estate, banking, and finance, project finance, establishment, and management of funds. Wow, on both onshore and offshore. So Rudra is the lead member of the Japan and China practice of the firm and has advised leading Japanese and Chinese corporations on setting up and expanding their India operations, including strategic investment. Rudra has been actively involved with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for Indo-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement and other bilateral arrangements with Asian countries. Mr. Kenji Terao, General Manager, New Business Creation, Merger and Acquisition Business Unit, Mr. Sumida Corporation, has joined Sumida in 2005. Mr. Ken has been engaged in merger and acquisition, business development, and manufacturing management in Asia. He previously worked at GE, Carney, and ExxonMobil. Earlier, Mr. Ken had managed Sumida's manufacturing operations in Thailand, Vietnam, and Japan for last 10 years. Mr. Ken led countermeasures for supply chain crisis in 2011, Tohoku earthquake, and 2011 Bangkok floods, and 2012 Vietnam and China demonstrations. We also have with us Mr. Prasad Bakre, Director, Sumida Electric India Private Limited, who joined Sumida in 2017 after serving NEC and engaging in international business development, manufacturing management in India. Mr. Prasad has strong insights for total preventive maintenance, total quality management, and manufacturing excellence journey. Mr. Prasad established Sumida's India operations in 2019. In November 2020, Sumida received financial support under METI's supply chain diversification program to set up manufacturing base in India. So with this, let us start. Let us begin our panel discussion. To begin with, I would like to turn to Mr. Hosoda-san from Messrs. Nichino India Private Limited. So recently, Messrs. Nichino launched its patented insecticide that will be manufactured by its Indian subsidiary and exported to Japan. This is for the first time that Japanese holding company has taken such a decision. So we would like, it will be great if you can tell us how Messrs. Nihon developed its manufacturing base in India, especially with respect to competitive advantage of raw material, human resources, market, and over what timeline. Secondly, what are its future plans to further strengthen its manufacturing base in India? Thirdly, Messrs. Nihon has foreign subsidiaries as well in other countries. So how its Indian subsidiary is connected with holding company and other subsidiaries with respect to supply chain, and what is the organizational vision of Messrs. Nihon for developing its global supply chain.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mona Kanda, for your kind introduction of myself. And also, I would like to say gratitude to you for inviting us for such a precious digital conference. So can I share the my presentation?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Okay. So this, I will briefly present how we are going to establish manufacturing base and supply chain hub in India, according to this table of contents. This is the company profile, and Nichino India acquired National Indian Company of Hyderabad Chemical Limited in 2015. And the company currently creates around 1,300 Indian jobs. Japanese are working only 5 there in nominal. We have, this is a proprietary manufacturing by Nichino Chemical, but this is the proprietary list. Is it okay? Can you see my presentation, audience?
No, if you, Hosoda-san, if you see the green button at
Share
the
screen.
bottom,
Yeah.
share screen.
Yeah.
Yes, I think now yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so then can I continue?
Yes, please.
Can you? Okay, thank you very much. So the number fourth slide, please. A company profile. Okay, so back to the company profile. So Nichino India is acquired in around 2015, and currently we are providing 1,300 Indian jobs there. And next, please. Okay. These are the proprietary products created by Nihon Noyak. In total, 28 active ingredients we have. And Nichino India currently manufactures only 3 out of them, and one intermediate. However, we are going to manufacture and export 2 more active ingredients and intermediates within this calendar year. And we are expanding our production facility and establish manufacturing base for most of our proprietary active ingredients in the near future in around 3 to 5 years. Next, please. This is the Japanese manufacturing site in, and we have 3 factories in Japan, but manufacturing active ingredients are limited only 1 factory at Kashima. And for the purpose of timely and continuous supply of our active ingredients, global customers, Nihon Noyak decided to come into India for extending our manufacturing facility in India. So next, please. And this is the our Nichino India's factory site. We have 4 factories in India, and especially so the technical plants. We have two, one in Hyderabad and the other located in Karnataka state. So this is our location in global basis, and we have subsidiaries in major agriculture farming countries in the world. And India is currently exporting active ingredients from India to Japan for those 4 actives. And furthermore, we are exporting our products from India to the US. Only one product currently, but near future we will expand more. And next, please. Next. So then why we come into India is the most important point to present today. This table shows the chemical production in the world in 2014, a little bit old, but we can understand that chemical production is dominant in China. And the chemical infrastructure for agrochemicals production is in place as well. However, we came in India. Why? I will touch on reasons in next, please. So I have summarized in the reasons in 3 items. Firstly, price competition. In India, it is comparative advantage because the market controls the price. On the other hand, Chinese chemical companies gained dominant advantage of price competitiveness at the time of government-owned company privatization in 1990s. And thereafter, they have taken dominant market in the world. And the second point, that is technology. India is steadily developing advanced technology. China also developing technology at the national institutes or large companies. Furthermore, government-owned company acquired huge company in Switzerland, the world top R&D-oriented manufacturing, agrochemical manufacturing company. However, these technologies developed and acquired have not been transferred or shared with SMEs. And the third point, regulation of factories. Indian government is very strict control. No emission from chemical factories. Since early 1980s. Meanwhile, Chinese government have begun to tighten regulation from just 2 years ago for safe operation of factories and environmental protection. As the result, many SMEs have been forced shut down. Chinese price competitiveness was very attractive for us, but we chose India from the perspective of technology and regulations. This is the BPX project. We are simultaneously developing brand new patented agrochemicals, patented in November 8, 2018, following to Japan. And the active ingredient is, as Ms. Kandar kindly introduced, the active ingredient is manufactured in India. And these pictures shows groundbreaking ceremony held on October in 2020, when construction of our dedicated benzoprimoxan factory was initiated. The prayer, wearing an orange robe, is a monk who has inherited the Hindu temple built 400 years ago in Hyderabad. And he is the executive director of Nichino India. These are the scenes of a farmer's meeting and a dealer's meeting or Jeep campaign conducted by Nichino India for sales promotion and technology transference. Nichino India produces active ingredient and exports to Asian countries. And we will further grow and complete establishing production base for active ingredients of Nihon Noyak and contributes to agrochemical productions in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hosoda-san. What a long-term and futuristic vision. And Mrs. Nichino India Private Limited believed in India at that time, believed in the market economy of India and technological development and environmental concerns and environmental protection measures in India. Thank you very much for providing that futuristic and long-term vision. And we wish we see a lot of future development of your company in India. So with this, let me turn to Rudra. So Rudra, please tell us how the present deliberations on supply chain resilience is different than erstwhile deliberations on +1 policy. Dr. Palit has already talked about it, and you can take us forward from there. And also please tell us that what Dr. Palit also mentioned in his presentation, that we need to broaden our vision beyond manufacturing. So how this vision beyond manufacturing can be formulated jointly between Japan and India, and how we can bring in services and also some of the low-hanging short-term fruits for resilience of supply chain, and how Japanese companies can be facilitated for this kind of diversification and resilience, especially with respect to competitive advantage. And also, if we look at the present presence of Japanese companies is India, it is somewhat lopsided and concentrated in few sectors. So how can, again, we can broaden the gamut of presence of Japanese companies in India? So Rudra, please, now over to you.
Thank you, Monaji. Good afternoon and konnichiwa to friends in Japan. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. Please go
ahead. Just wanted to be on the same page. That is 11:40. How much time? Are we still on the same time of 4 minutes, or?
You can take 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to whether the SCR, the supply chain resilience is the same way as compared to China +1 policy, I think, I think the concept remains the same. Only thing, I think with the COVID-19, it has only accelerated that thought process. So if you look at the China +1 model was driven mainly by the, geopolitical situation, which is, the increase in the tariff, trade wars, and also the increase in the competitiveness and also the labor cost in China. So that was the initial thought process. But when the COVID-19 disrupted the entire supply chain, no one was ready with that, how to maintain their production, the manufacturing processes, including sourcing the raw materials. So I think with that, COVID-19 actually deepened that thought process. So it is more of an acceleration to the same thought, not a new thought. But yes, this COVID-19 has brought a lot of opportunities, as Mr. Amitendu has already highlighted. And that is giving more thoughts how to diversify which sector, which country, and they are choosing the countries basis the opportunities and also the incentives, other benefits made available by such countries to the companies who wishes to diversify or de-risk their supply chain from China. Now, with respect to short term and how India, such companies can look at India as an opportunity or where they can create a short term benefit. So, as already highlighted by Mr. Amit Endu, that there is already a trilateral cooperation being envisaged between Australia, Japan, and India. And the supply chain resilience initiative has been also focused for the Indo-Pacific region, which is bringing a new opportunities for such countries. So I'll say, while India is looking to have these supply chain companies in India, India has been criticized because of a lot of deficiencies and issues, including aspects relating land acquisition, complicated tax regime that we have, also the labor law complication that we have, and other domestic issues that we have. But thankfully, the government of India has been taking before pre-COVID and post-COVID and during the COVID, a lot of initiatives, as highlighted by you and also in the opening sessions by the minister, the DPIT official as well, they highlighted. So basically, with this initiative and of course the trilateral arrangement, India does offer a short-term benefit to such supply chain companies. There are scopes to be further scope of improvement that we can talk about in the next session. But having said that, how we can handle the Japanese company per se to have more visibility in India, to have more strategic partnership in India, is basically, if I look at my experience, personal experience of last 10 years, I'll say I've been deeply involved in Japan and India relation. The Japanese company had a lot of issues while working with India, either it be a trade or investment or even a day-to-day manufacturing activity. Most of such issues have been sort of resolved between discussion between METI and also DPIIT, Kedanren, JCCI, all have been involved. At the same time, what is more needed is from a handholding perspective and bringing the SMEs. When you say that low-hanging fruit has to be captured, what is not tapped as of now is the SMEs from Japan. If you look at the entrenchment of such SMEs from Japan to China is in more than 20,000 numbers. And if you compare with India, is hardly any. The reason why they are not here is because of the language barrier, of course, and also the people-to-people connect. And what they believe that, going from a scratch, like acquisition of land, then setting up their factories, will take time. It will take at least 5 to 6 years time to generate some profit. In the today's session in the early morning, JETRO chief has highlighted that as per the recently research done, 30% of the company in India say they're already having operational profit. 50% they say that because of COVID, they are in operational loss, and 20% is kind of on the average side. So if we can increase that numbers to more companies having operational profit, I think that will give more marketing to India that yes, India is a destination which they can generate profit. And if you look at the other initiatives by the government of India, which is also ease of doing, from setting up a factory, a lot of state government, they are coming out with the policy allotting land, industrial parks like Sri City, Mahindra World City in Chennai. So those are the ready-made available facility where the Japanese company come and have the facility already up and running, and they can start the operation within a year's time. Similarly, Toyota Shusho already have set up a plug-and-play model kind of infrastructure in Gujarat, which is again has been completely booked by the Japanese company. So those infrastructure that the Japanese company are looking at to expand their network, and if we can bring those SMEs, I think we have a win-win situation here. The other last point that I would like to highlight is that we need to market India as a success model with a number of companies having profitability and also ease from a export from India. So there are some constraints on our export part, and why India is not currently being preferred on those parameters we can talk about in the second panel discussion. Thank you.
Sure. So thank you, Rudra. You have brought in some very important aspects related to bringing in Japanese MSMEs. It is very, very vital for deepening the ecosystem because they serve as tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers to large Japanese companies. And without them, the ecosystem in India is not likely to get completed for the Japanese FDI. So with this, I turn to Mr. Prasad Bakre from Mr. Sumida, which has recently announced its plan for diversification of its manufacturing base in India. And it is in addition to one of the ASEAN countries. And Mr. Sumida is a tier 2 MSME supplier to large Japanese auto companies present in India. So I would request Mr. Prasad to tell us how the Sumida case can be effectively replicated in India for bringing in more Japanese MSMEs, and how Japanese MSMEs can be encouraged to collaborate more with India, and what are the challenges faced by MSMEs in this regard, and how can we support them? Mr. Prasad.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. At the outset, I would like to thank CII and the Embassy of India for giving us this opportunity to share our views and maybe some recommendations in this very illustrious panel. Honorable Minister, I would like to put my answer into two parts. First is to set the context of Japanese MSMEs, and then also to draw upon the deep insights that Dr. Amitendu has shared when it comes to collaborative approach and the whole idea of expanding the pie. When we talk about Japanese MSMEs, there's a term which I came across. It's called hidden champions. This term was coined by Mr. Herman Simon of Simon Kucher Partners. And he says these are companies which are globally number 1, 2, or 3 in their fields, but they are into extreme niche fields. I am very proud to say Sumida is one of such companies. We are into automotive electronics. And we think that this one characteristic is something that our India side needs to tap in. Because these companies are top 3 in the world, they have pride, they have excellent products, and at the same time, they have some proven business vision, some proven conviction about how to go about doing business. If we just come up by saying, come on, this is what we offer and come over, it may seem that we are hitting a wall. And I think this is where this whole context of hand-holding, the whole idea of hand-holding comes into picture. I noticed that as a recipient, a proud recipient of the grant from METI, I have seen that there are 64 other companies, but we need to have some sort of peer collaboration, peer communication that needs to happen. In Japanese, they call it yoko no tsunagari. That means we talk to our peers, we collaborate better. Now, if I move ahead to the other side of it, when we talk about the collaborative aspect and growing the pie, I would also like to mention I'm very much satisfied with the support we have got from government agencies in India. Just to give a context, one of the partners that we work with right now, we met them in the Embassy of India's one of the major similar platforms that Embassy of India had facilitated. We got them through that, and so on and so forth. So I believe we have the structure that is in place here. We do need to have some hand-holding mechanism. At the same time, there are a lot of initiatives being taken. So I think it is also a matter of a time. But as Dr. Amitendu, again, I'm definitely referring to his very deep insights, and him being from the same alma mater, it's also a matter of a lot of pride there. I think this is where we need to create this platform. I think the current symposium that we are having, this particular platform, we can extend it to have periodic collaborations. We can extend it to have periodic communication. And with this, we can create a community which will be robust. Based on that community, we can have better resilience in the supply chains. Thank you again. And
Thank
as
you.
Sumita, we are very much happy to be a part of this dialogue, this initiative, and we'll be definitely there for the long haul. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. It was very insightful, and that niche area, being a world leader in that niche area and having peer-to-peer collaboration, very, very important. And with this, being a global leader in niche area, let me turn to Mr. Kohli and try to know from him that technology and digitization are two important new normal post-COVID-19, and India has earned global repute in the field of digitization and startup. So so has Japan for technology. So how digital expertise of India gets her a competitive advantage over others as the destination for diversification? Secondly, how can India in turn get benefited by technological prowess of Japan? How can a win-win collaboration of technology and ICT be forged between India and Japan, and how the MSMEs in particular of both the countries be supported for technology and digitization? So Mr. Kohli, I'm extremely sorry, but you have 3 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Kohli.
Thank you, Monaji. And first, I'd like to give my compliments to Hosoda-san for an excellent presentation, and also Java-san, who is head of Daikin India, great work done by Daikin in India. At SoftBank, we have invested more than $12 billion in digital businesses in India. And I personally have 42 years of industrial experience, out of which 32 years are with Japanese collaborations. The first one was with Honda Motor for gensets and the car later. But one thing which I've noticed in the last 30 years is that the collaboration momentum is slow. And that momentum has to be built up now, because time has come for Japan to leverage India's market fully and India to leverage Japanese technology fully. Both ways, it will be win-win for both the countries. And I believe that starting with your technology issue, the technology in the supply chain area is very, very critical. And luckily, Indian government is now very, very positive to support this, because Indian auto component industry has shown that we can be Six Sigma quality, very affordable cost, right time deliveries, and better logistics. Of course, logistics has to improve further, but a very strong vendor ecosystem is being built, and that is where SMEs have to come in. So for each company, there will be 20, 30 SMEs, vendor ecosystem, which will come into the country, and all Japanese SMEs will benefit from this. And that is what I am saying, that we can lead to very fast growth of this collaboration in India, especially with government deciding on PLI schemes, 12 PLI schemes, also opening up SEZs in many states of India. And I believe we just have to now introduce more Japanese language classes in India and Japanese culture upgradation, education in India. If that happens, then the Indian side of the collaboration will be far more sensitive to what Japanese companies need. Now, moving to digitization now, I feel this is the fastest growing sector in India, because India has 1.3 billion mobile phones, more than 600 million smartphones, and all majority of them are 4G. So I think the digitization, the digital markets of India will be the fastest, and that's where I think Japanese companies should fully leverage and take advantage of that. Also, the second area is how Japanese companies are leveraging Indian software development, like companies like TCS, Infosys, Wipro, HCL, Tech Mahindra, etc. Not only software development, but also the back-end BPO, which Japanese companies in the past have leveraged at a lower level compared to US and Europe. So I think this is a great opportunity for software partnerships with India. And I feel not only that, but R&D, design development, drones, robots, these are areas of very specific collaborations where Indian companies are doing very well, and they can work together with Japanese So I would like to conclude that on behalf of CII, and I'm leading the Future Business Group, I'll be very delighted to assist Japanese company coming to India, support them to settle down, handhold them for first 12 months so that they settle down well, understand the complexity of federal structure and many other taxation, etc., so that they feel at ease within 1 year of coming into India. Thank you, Monaji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kohli, for that insight into technological collaboration between India and Japan that needs to be accelerated, and offering to handhold and support this acceleration in future. So with this, looking at the paucity of time, very quickly, I would like to come to each panelist just by asking them that both Government of India and Government of Japan are taking several initiatives individually, and also there are bilateral initiatives to support business collaboration between the two countries. And actually speaking, the economic collaboration is the very foundation of Indo-Japan partnership. So I would like to start with, again, Mr. Hosoda-san, that like what is his experience, and is he like seeing the no change of or improving business environment in India? And do you think that Government of India is doing enough, or do you think that there are still gaps? And if so, which are those gaps and how they can be addressed? Mr. Hosoda-san, quickly, we have about 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay,
sorry about that.
No. As you kindly introduced at my personal history background, I had a long-term experience to visit in India and live in India. And actually, those 3 years, we are devoted into the company operation for the as a chemical industry. So, of course, as I mentioned, the regulation is very strict in India, but this is quite nice for operating safe operation of the factory itself. No accident happens. That is our confidence. So then we are very much, how to say, satisfied for the support of the government, even though such a strict regulation is, of course, performed. We can accept all, and we can comply, and we do not face any difficulties in the future, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hosoda-san. That's really futuristic. And with that particular experience of Mrs. Nichino, let me turn to Rudra to tell us quickly the same thing about like what is the general understanding and feeling about this government support coming forth, and also gearing up of businesses on both the sides for this kind of furthering of a bilateral partnership and collaboration.
Yeah.
Rudra, over to you.
Yeah, so absolutely, Monaji, thank you. Both sides are well aware about the initiatives taken from the Japanese side, either from the stimulus package or promoting the diversification to bring it to ASEAN region and to India, and also the initiative by the Indian government like PLI scheme from ease of doing business in India, the ministerial level cooperation to resolve the issues faced by the Japanese company. I think most of them are well known to both the sides. Having said that, on the improvement part, what is more needed and what the Japanese companies are looking when they are willing to move the supply chain is the export destination that they want to choose, like US, European region. There has to be a bilateral incentive to such companies when they are exporting out of India. So India had those agreements in place, but recently it has been terminated. Whereas if you compare with Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, they have still those very favorable tariff-oriented export-oriented agreement, which is FTA, bilateral, BTIs. So those, I think, agreement need to be in place so that those companies can come and have a more breather in India from an export perspective. That is one. That second, the last point is that further the custom clearance has to be improved. India has done remarkable easing part that's in that segment as well, but further improvement is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think the announcement by Government of India for National Logistics Policy should do some ease or relax some of the compliances here. Let us hope that this challenge is met. So with this, let me turn to Mr. Sumida again and request Mr. Sumida to tell us whether the hand holding extended by both the countries, government of both the countries, especially in the field of technology and the technology partnership that is getting evolved between both the countries. What is your take on it? Is it going in the right direction? Do we need to do more in this regard? And if yes, what additional measures can be taken? I think Mr. Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Namaste
Ken.
and good afternoon.
Namaste.
And of course, your point is very important. And honestly speaking, and this is a great opportunity for Sumida because 50% government subsidy helps us these initiatives. And as you know very well, most of the Japanese companies are risk averse. Starting the new operation or getting a new alliance or purchasing the company or creating a new technology. In many senses, Japanese government companies are very, very conservative and risk averse. And this time, I would like to explain the background of this Japanese company cultures. As you know very well, in Japanese companies, many executives and many key employees stay on the same company. And most of them, they really hesitate to make some mistake. Because, once make a big mistake, there is no possibility to promote the top executives. That is the Japanese company's culture and the people's. And most of the Japanese business person will stay in the same company for 30, 40 years. This is natural, and this is the Japanese business principle. So that's why, and this subsidy, 50% risk, the government and METI and Japanese government will take. So it is easy for Japanese business person to say, hey, boss, president, this is a great opportunity. This is a government direction. Let's go to India and also let's take a risk. And we have very great opportunity and half risk government will take. So, and of course, relating to the technology and anything, and this is a really great opportunity for us. And also, one small note is, in most of the Japanese companies, president himself, most of the Japanese company, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, president will be changed. So sometimes the president himself will not take a risk. But anyway, that is the background. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I cannot agree more. And actually, the creativity, startup, and all this innovation, they necessitate that risk is taken and genuine mistakes are allowed. So I think that's a step forward, and that will make Japanese community accept creativity and innovation more and align them more with startup innovation and creativity. Thank you very much for that. And with this, let me turn to Mr. Kohli. And Mr. Kohli, I would like to know more about, Indo-Japan digital partnership, which is very, very effective and aggressively pursued by both the countries. And we have ongoing sessions of live pitching, reverse live pitching, and our ambassador also spoke about co-innovation, co-creation, co-production. So, what is your take on the future of this digital partnership, and how can we strengthen it further if at all, and what can be the additional measures in this regard?
Thank you, Monaji.
Mr. Kohli.
I feel that the digital partnership can be far bigger than automotive partnership, frankly.
Sure.
Because this is a future growth area. And I have two very specific suggestions here, which you can note down, and on behalf of CII, we will also prioritize. Number one is that we need to now go down from general level to specific sector by sector level. So sector by sector, CEOs of both the countries should be brought together, and specific industry sector-wise opportunities to be discussed and finalized. Because now the time for general discussion is over. Now it has to be specific, sector by sector, company by company, project by project. So that is my request to become more precise and specific. My second request is that to attract more and more vendor ecosystem, which is more SMEs, etc., we should have welcome to India conferences in smaller towns of India. Of Japan. I am not talking of Tokyo and Osaka, because these are very, very large metro cities. I am talking of Nagoya and such smaller medium cities of Japan. And let's have conferences, seminars of welcome to India, go through details, because these are small and medium companies. They will love to go into their own town to attend these conferences and ask questions and clarifications and be satisfied. So these are two suggestions. If you can please note, at CII, we will pursue. If you can also do it, it will be great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kohli. I cannot agree more. From embassy side, we keep having outreaches in prefectures, which are similar to what we have states in India. And we will try to cover the entire gamut of tier 2 and tier 3 centers in Japan. And I think this is a very, very valid point to have a very specific collaboration, sector by sector, company by company, technology by technology. Thank you very much. So with this, Rajesh, I would like to turn to you now. We are at the end of the panel discussion. And how would you like to handle the Q&A session? If at all we have time for it.
Yeah, I think we have fairly crossed quite a bit the time for Q&A. So I think from within you, if you have maybe one question which you would like to pose generally, maybe that could be taken, but we need to close the session in a couple of minutes.
So in that case, I would not prefer to ask or pose any further question, because in these two rounds, we had a fairly comprehensive discussion, because for each issue we had issues were broken up into small questions. So I think I would like to sum up in that case. So in this session, we discussed how the businesses and how the governments have taken initiative for supply chain resilience, and how the gamut can be, how the entire gamut can be explored in addition to diversifying manufacturing base. There are several other aspects, and how can we promote the collaboration in technology and digital space, and what can be the specific measures for that. We had some excellent suggestions which we need to compile and present to the policymakers on both the sides and business fora on both the sides. And we should continue to collaborate on those lines, and we expect to take the bilateral partnership further in the direction of achieving resilience and diversification, not only in manufacturing, but the entire gamut of business, not only for procurement and supplies, but also in the larger consumer market and final products. So I think with this, the session, you may like to wind up this session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to especially thank all the panelists for such a invigorating discussion. and Dr. Palit for really putting the real the way forward on the overview of this particular subject. But I think the whole credit should also, quite a lot of credit should go to how Ms. Khanda really steered. It is a 1 hour session, but I know the subject is quite long. It can it can be a 1 day discussion also. But because of time. So once again, thanking all of you for being with us, and we request you to continue being connected. We have the next sessions on India-Japan strategic partnership for smart manufacturing starting right away. As a takeaway, as Mr. Kohli has said, from our side, from CII, especially to focus on the small and medium enterprises and the tier 1, tier 2 cities, we would like to work closely with the embassy in India, as well as a Japanese embassy in India, as well as, of course, the Indian embassy, to really take forward our engagement with the small and medium enterprises, and we will be more than happy to do that. So once again, thanking you all, and please stay tuned in, and we will change over. The next session will start in another 5 minutes. In fact, all the session speakers I can see have already logged in. Thank you very much.
So thank you
all.
once again. I thank CII, Rajesh,
you.
all the panelists, the speaker, and all the delegates who joined us from India and Japan. Thank you. Dhanyawad. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Monachi. Thank you, everyone.
I think we are, all the speakers for the next session is also logged in. Thank you for joining. Maybe we'll take another 2-3 minutes to start. Yeah, we will start on time as is scheduled, which is at 12:15. I think we have got 3 more minutes to go. Thank you. Bye. Bharat, you are there already? Mr. Joshi, who is going to chair the session. I can see. Yeah, Bharat, you are there. Yeah, great. Thanks, Bharat. Thank you. So we have all the speakers already logged in. Yeah, we are just a couple of more minutes, and then we can
let's give the audience a couple of minutes in case they want to take a small bio break or something.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, and once again, I would like to warmly welcome all of you for this final session, the session 2, which is at this event when it is focusing on strategic partnership for smart manufacturing. We have a very esteemed speakers who are here as a panelist, who will be sharing their views, and I would not take too much of time introducing because our chair for this session is Mr. Bharat Joshi, who himself is again very well known in the logistics sector. Primarily, he is managing director of Associate Container Terminals, and he's also the chairman of the CII National Committee on Logistics. A person who who also is actively involved with Japanese companies himself, who have a collaboration with the Japanese company. I think we don't need to look for any other better person who can be chairing this session and moderating it. So I would not take too much of time. I will leave it to you in terms of introductions and others. So Bharat, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh, for getting things started. Welcome and namaste, konnichiwa to all friends in India and in Japan. Deeply appreciate the time that you have allocated for this very important discussion. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from stalwarts in the business. And I think all I can perhaps do to start things off is to just set the context very briefly. And I will invite, of course, each of the panelists to make some opening remarks. And later on, of course, we also have a scheduled question and answer session. But if I may suggest also a few points which you might want to include even in your opening remarks. This very timely seminar on India-Japan business partnership in a new world order, and specifically the India-Japan strategic partnership for smart manufacturing is certainly a topic very close to my heart. And as Ambassador Verma said earlier in the day, one of the new areas to look at for co-creation and co-investment. ADP, or Advanced Digital Production Technologies, are also known as the Industry 4.0 technologies, which of course relates to the fourth industrial revolution, or the age of connected technologies in this era of connectivity and data-driven insights. AI, big data, robotics, IoT, augmented reality, cybersecurity, and 3D printing are not only these very famous buzzwords, but these are the very innovative and transformative technologies which are shaping the global manufacturing landscape, and in turn, of course, also shaping global manufacturing chains. Sectors such as electronics, auto and auto components, white goods, textiles, food processing, chemicals, and so on are, of course, the early adapters and early adopters of Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing. And they have already started seeing the benefits of increased productivity, efficiencies, and lower costs that these technologies are able to bring to them. Indian research centers and companies are patenting new innovations in ADP technologies and leading in markets such as the EU, Japan, and USA. Of course, we could do a little bit more than we are doing in Japan, for instance. They're also embedding these technologies in new capital goods, for instance, smart machines that are increasingly exported from India. Besides manufacturing capacity, India has a strong position in the knowledge-intense businesses of ICT. And ICT, as you would be aware already, is one of the 2 or 3 recent memoranda of cooperation signed between our 2 countries. So this was, of course, on information and communications technology. And ICT, of course, is absolutely vital because not only does it enable communication amongst devices, but also, within manufacturing, How do you get the shop floor to talk to the supply chain, to talk to, let's say, the inventory, for instance? The Indian government estimates India's manufacturing sector to breach the 1 trillion US dollar mark just in the next 4 years by 2025. And given India's aspiration to grow the share of manufacturing in our GDP pie from 16 to as much as 32%, so it's already gone to now 20%, and it's creating 100 million additional jobs in the process. So given this focus, there's a need for India and Japan to cooperate on co-creation of knowledge and advanced manufacturing with Japanese academic institutions, industries, companies, research labs, and other stakeholders, and focus on automation, Internet of Things, IoT, AI, robotics, and now cobots even, so cooperative robotics. And of course, 5G, which is not so much now spoken as something in the future, but it's pretty much upon us already. Japan, we recognize as being on the very forefront of innovation and advanced manufacturing practices and truly championing these areas globally. India seeks to move forward, of course, but collaboration and continued partnership with Japanese academic institutions, research labs, and industries would, of course, be a very important part of this. We have already heard the impact of disruptive technologies on the manufacturing processes and supply chains. So these enterprise value chains, of course, would be sustained by not the traditional models, but a newer model, which would, of course, require smart manufacturing or a more digital, uh, digitally transformed business. India's opportunity for Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing is absolutely immense. And some areas such as avionics, electronics, aerospace, electrical, and automotive, we've barely scratched the surface. Of course, in auto, we've done a lot, but still there's so much more to be done. A very laudable effort has been undertaken across India through Samarth, or Smart Advanced Manufacturing and Rapid Transformation Hubs, which we also call Udyog or Industry, Udyog Bharat 4.0, which supports 4 centers to popularize and demonstrate practical solutions for Industry 4.0 under these Samarth centers. I will conclude here, but if I just might make a couple of suggestions on some of the specific areas the panelists might wish to weave into their opening remarks. One of the memorandum of cooperation signed between both governments was in the field of food processing sector, which of course is extremely advanced in Japan and still, of course, just about getting off the ground here. So what do you see or foresee as the areas where we could use smart manufacturing in food processing? The IT services market in Japan, of course, is enormous. It's some 125 billion US dollars or so. And Indian IT firms, despite strengths in other markets, have been able to garner just about 2% of the market share in Japan, and often end up as tertiary service providers in the Japanese IT kairitsu. So how could we perhaps address that? And the COVID-19 crisis, of course, was disruptive, but also created this so-called acceleration, where digitalization was accelerated many years and gave rise to this new manufacturing, which essentially is much of what we discussed, but more specifically the digital transformation of industry. And lastly, if Japanese companies start operating from India, not just for India, but for the world, and export from India to other destinations or to third countries, third markets, that of course would be a win-win for both countries, but also in some ways narrow a certain trade deficit that sometimes is seen to shadow an otherwise excellent bilateral trade partnership. And so I don't want to take up too much time here, but there are some other points you might just wish, or you might have even thought about. The PLI, or the Production Linked Incentive Scheme of the Indian government, and how perhaps pharmaceuticals, IT, and agri-produce could even reach Japanese markets. I would like to now very briefly introduce our speakers. Up next, of course, is Ms. Athrey Chaudhary, who's partner and group head of strategic design and digital transformation at NRI, or Nomura Research Institute. She's been in this business for some 17 years, and her work includes digital transformation, business feasibility, business planning, and sales strategy. So she, of course, will be making very shortly the opening remarks. Then, of course, a real treat is to hear from my dear friend, Mr. Kavaljit Java, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Daikin Air Conditioning India Private Limited. He's been in the air conditioning industry for over 37 years in both Indian and multinational air conditioning companies. He holds a variety of very important positions. He's on the IGBC, or the Executive Committee of the Indian Green Building Council. He's chairman of the CII's Delhi State, and also president of RAMA, the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Manufacturers Association. There's so much more which can be said about him, but I don't want to embarrass him further. But I just want to say that, Mr. Java, and of course Daikin India, is so often quoted by myself and so many others as being, really one of the, show windows or case studies for successful Indo-Japanese partnership. Also on the panel, we have Mr. Vittal Devarajan, who is Senior Vice President at HCL Technologies. He heads marketing for the engineering and R&D services. And of course, we're looking forward to hearing from you, especially from the pure tech side of it. Mr. Ashish Vijayakar is co-head of CCIB Client Coverage India at Standard Chartered Bank. He has been in the banking industry for some 25 years and worked across many regions across the world, and covered a multitude of businesses, clients, corporates, and institutions. Mr. Deepak Chopra is director of the Anand Group, which is, of course, we all know, one of the leading automotive groups of the country. Anand Group, of course, already employs over 15,000 people in 60 plants across India, Europe, USA, Japan, in fact, Korea and China. They cross about $1.5 billion US dollars worth of revenue. And Mr. Chopra himself, in addition to being a member of ACMA steering and executive committees, is also the chairman of the northern region of ACMA, or the Association of Auto Component Manufacturers. So with this, I'll pause here, and we are very much looking forward to the opening remarks from Ms. Athrey Chaudhary. So Ms. Chaudhary, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshi. Thank you for the kind introduction and a very apt opening to this session. Thank you to CII for your kind invitation. This is a very important discussion on the business environment in the new world order and how India and Japan can collaborate to make this opportunity further favorable. And a very good afternoon to everybody, to my distinguished panelists and delegates. So in this session, I'll try to stay within the context of smart manufacturing and how both India and Japan can collaborate in this domain. But first, let me start with some background to how the relationship has shaped between the two countries in manufacturing as a whole. A lot of it has already been mentioned in the previous sessions, as we know. And as far as India-Japan relations are concerned, both the countries go back a long way in terms of trade and industry. More recently, we have seen both the countries cooperate in multiple avenues, especially infrastructure, industry, education. And within the industry, within the manufacturing industry, there are natural synergies between India and Japan in, let's say, Japan's manufacturing excellence and technology, which they bring to the table, and India's affordable ICT technology and affordable labor, which we have been talking about throughout the day today. Within industry, again, there are predominantly 3 areas of focus that we have seen so far when it comes to collaboration between India and Japan. There's skills development, there's increasing global competitiveness, which is what we were talking about in the opening session regarding, going out together to the third world countries and going global as a collaborative measure. And the third one is building infrastructure, which we have again seen gaining a lot of traction with India and Japan both in both the railways and various other spaces. So the first area of cooperation is, of course, the skill development in manufacturing. And I think this was a very important step to begin with. We've already seen initiatives such as JIM, which was the Japan-India Institute of Manufacturing, and the JECs, which was the Japanese endowed courses. These have taken shape over the past 3 to 4 years. JIMs mainly focusing on training future shop floor leaders in Japanese style manufacturing processes and working methods such as Kaizen and 5S. Industry players are already participating in this, with lead having been taken by 5 Japanese companies. JECs, on the other hand, focus on training middle management engineers in the manufacturing sector. These have been initiated in select engineering colleges as well. So with these kind of initiatives in the recent past, we've already seen a lot of traction in the know-how exchange between the 2 countries as far as manufacturing is concerned. After skills development, the second area is enhancing cooperation for increasing global competitiveness. And one of the examples we see is the signing of the MOU for steel industry cooperation, which was signed in late 2020, which was last year. And the aim was to ramp up domestic production and greater coordination in the global market. So we are already looking to go global together. And the third area is, of course, the setting up of and access to key infrastructure, which is very, very critical for any outsourcing of manufacturing. So we see Japanese industrial townships, which are a good example of this. And I think now we are planning the 13th Japanese industrial township in Assam to promote domestic manufacturing and to strengthen economic ties between the 2 countries. So coming to smart manufacturing, having set this context of manufacturing and how we have evolved as collaborative partners in the last few years, along with these, as we know, one of the key components of smart manufacturing is leveraging digital technologies. So while there have been a lot of measures that have been taken, which I just mentioned regarding skills development and manufacturing as a whole, infrastructure as a whole, we also need to leverage digital technologies to foray into the area of smart manufacturing. So recently, and more in the context of smart manufacturing, we find multiple avenues of collaboration which leverage both the strengths of India and Japan. The 2 countries are looking to cooperate in areas such as artificial intelligence and IoT to tap into synergies between Japan's Society 5.0 initiative and India's programs like Digital India, Smart Cities, and Startup India. So we'll talk about Society 5.0 shortly, but that is very critical as an initiative because we draw parallels to that with the Industry 4.0, which we just heard from Mr. Joshi about. So to this effect, to the effect of digital partnerships, we've seen the India-Japan digital partnership, which was signed as a memorandum of cooperation. The purpose of this was to increase cooperation in relation to science and technology with a particular focus on digital ICT technology. So that is a very natural synergy that we have as both the countries. So all in all, we do see a lot of opportunities of collaboration, be it investment or partnering in private or public sectors, ready access to skilled digital workforce and tech startups, building more efficiencies into supply chains, things that we just talked about in the previous panel discussion. And this one I would like to stress upon, increased transparency and real-time insights to strengthen import or export processes and quality control. The reason I'm stressing on this is because this is what will drive efficiencies in production. So co-production, the third point that Ambassador Verma mentioned, but also this is the place where digital or smart manufacturing plays the most important role. So let us look at a little deeper into smart manufacturing and how that can become a key area of focus for overall optimization of production, creating non-stop factories, which is pretty much the focus of Japanese companies, and increasing environmental health and safety regulations. So again, coming from the sustainability side of things, we heard about carbon neutral being one of the key agendas from the Japanese delegates. So industries are forever evolving, and now they are ready for more integration by utilizing smart manufacturing mechanisms. So I'll use the term smart manufacturing and Industry 4.0 interchangeably, so please pardon me for that. There are small nuances and differences between the two, but just for this session, let's call it smart manufacturing. It is about building smart products through integrated business processes, and by closely communicating with stakeholders through digital means. So integration and communication, these are two very critical angles to smart manufacturing. So while the focus of manufacturing automation is on the automation of individual manufacturing units and business processes, smart manufacturing focuses on enabling a digital ecosystem, and that is entirely for the entire value chain. It is basically a model to build efficiency into the value chain, but it does not replace any core business models. So creating a strong core business model is definitely key to the success of any business. However, it needs to be smart in nature and nimble in its outputs. So it does involve a lot of broad category of techniques, including digital information technology, access to real-time intelligence from data, high levels of automation and adaptability, and using some of the advanced technologies such as cloud AI, robotics, big data, things that we've again heard about this in this session today. One of the longer term results of this evolution into smart manufacturing will be to bring the producer closer to the consumer through technology enabled communication and analytical channels. So we are trying to reduce the gap between the producer and consumer as much as possible using these technologies. Of course, costs are also expected to be reduced by building precision in product manufacturing, using machines more efficiently, and shortening the feedback loop from external stakeholders, all contributing to a non-stop factory and production optimization, which are the two key focus areas. Yes, Bharat.
Ma'am, if you could perhaps begin concluding shortly.
I will. Thank you. So, of course, we've seen initiatives such as Digital India and Startup India, which we've already talked about. I won't go deeper into that, considering the time constraint. These are strongly supported by access to skilled digital workforce. I would like to touch upon the Society 5.0 concept and the connected industries part, which are very critical for Japan. So in Japan, connected industries is part of the larger vision of Society 5.0. The idea is a sustainable, inclusive, socio-economic system, and which is powered by digital technologies such as big data analytics, AI, IoT, and robotics. So the focus is on improving people's lives while promoting a healthy economy. And this addresses issues such as an aging society, labor shortages, environment and energy restrictions, which can be, which can be addressed by Indian strengths as well. So mainly smart manufacturing is set to increase visibility. That's the whole idea of going smart with manufacturing. This transparency will lead to a more integrated but nimble value chain, something that can support faster decisions in a VUCA world. So when we say a new world order, we are basically talking about a more volatile, more uncertain times ahead of us, which we have been experiencing even more since last year. So using smart manufacturing techniques, one can enable reducing dependencies on a single source destination, which is also one of the focus areas of today's talk. So not taking more time, I think one of the common challenges and roadblocks to a truly connected industry and thereafter society is that companies tend to manage data in-house and hesitate to connect externally. So our recommendation would be that if there could be cooperation by both the countries to provide a safer cyber ecosystem, which will help encourage industry to realize the true value of data more. And cybersecurity and data sharing rights can hence be of critical digital focus for this. So that would enable a more cohesive ecosystem. So with that, I would like to conclude the remarks and open the forum for.
Thank you, Ms. Chaudhary, and thank you so much for also, of course, sticking to the time. I would, of course, first like to apologize. I was remiss in earlier not introducing Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is, of course, one of our very esteemed panelists. He's a Deputy General Manager of HR and Administration at Yakult Danone India Private Limited. And as we're aware, this is a really unique company because not only is it an example of a successful French-Japanese corporation in India, excuse me, but also an organization that introduced a very new product. The Yakult, the iconic Yakult drink was, of course, very well known in many markets, but new to India. So they've managed to make that a huge success. So that in itself is a fascinating case study. Now coming back to Mr. Singh, he's been there for, he's been in this industry for over 12 years, and his work involves planning, strategy, implementation, and he's been handling HR and IR issues as well. So welcome, Mr. Singh. As our first speaker, may I invite Mr. Ashish Vijayakar from Standard Chartered Bank to please give us your remarks. I would request you to perhaps try and stick to about 5 minutes if you could, and
Sure.
we could give you a bit of a nudge to the topics you might want to also touch upon. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. And I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please.
Honorable guests, it's a pleasure to be part of this session on smart manufacturing. Japan is the 5th largest investor into India with cumulative FDI flows of $34.5 billion over the last 20 years. Japanese FDI into India has mainly been in the automobile sector, electrical equipment, telecommunications, chemical, insurance, and pharma sectors. It is beyond doubt that smart manufacturing is the future. However, a less obvious fact, especially important in the context of today's discussion, is that smart manufacturing is also potentially the one domain where a lot of comparative advantages of the two economies and their workforce can be leveraged. This is primarily because it is a combination of manufacturing, which is a key pillar of the Japanese economy, and skilled labor and customization, which underpins the Indian services industry and its workforce. In October 2020, India and Japan signed an ambitious agreement promoting cooperation in, amongst other areas, capacity building, research and development, security in the areas of critical information, infrastructure, 5G, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. However, in order to be able to attain the potential, various stakeholders from the two countries will need to adopt a collaborative approach. As part of the Indian banking industry, I will share my thoughts on how banks stand to play a pivotal role and can create differentiated solutions for manufacturers and their clients in the smart manufacturing industry. Given the inherent interconnected nature of smart manufacturing, the banking system will also need to offer solutions that are able to transcend the barriers of scale, complexity, varying transaction sizes, and regulatory aspects of multiple locations. To be able to offer such solutions, bankers will need to wear the manufacturer's hat to develop products and solutions or customize the existing suite of products. There are over 1,500 Japanese companies in India. The increasing number suggests not only an increase in investment by Japanese corporates, but also more importantly, increasing breadth and depth of presence across the country. A majority of these are either manufacturers or sales offices of manufacturing companies. In recent years, India is fast becoming an advanced manufacturing and services hub, as demonstrated by a greater than 25% share of engineering exports in total merchandise exports, a 3-time scale up in the auto components in the last decade, and 40% rise in automobile production and exports in the last 5 years. Further, the production-linked incentives, or the PLI scheme, which is one of the pillars of tangible support to the industry, was rolled out earlier this year and looks to achieve over $500 billion of incremental sales by 2027. The PLI scheme has the potential to add 4 to 8% of GDP on a cumulative basis over 5 to 8 years. So how can banking be an enabler to achieve this vision? Every vision, especially an all-encompassing one like I just mentioned, needs a conducive and enabling environment. Before I talk about the imperatives of the banking industry, I must commend the Reserve Bank of India for having ushered in a digital revolution in India that has leapfrogged the traditional brick and mortar banking network and achieved financial inclusion as well as faster settlements that have been particularly helpful in the COVID environment. So coming back to how the banking sector can help achieve the smart manufacturing vision, I'll put forward 4 points. Firstly, integrated supply chains will need integrated financial solutions, facilitating cross-border settlements and navigating FX risk across markets. Secondly, matching production centers to consumption centers within India will require real-time intra-group liquidity management solutions, intra-group supply chain financing, and centralized settlement mechanisms. Sophisticated dealer financing and digital collection tools to optimize downstream business operations. And lastly, for B2C retail businesses, the Indian payments landscape already offers convenient real-time solutions such as QR-based solutions, payment wallets, internet banking, and other easy-to-use solutions. Apart from smart manufacturing, one of the key opportunities for the India-Japan partnership would be infrastructure. India is targeting a higher fiscal impulse of 1 to 1.5% of GDP per annum through infrastructure spending and capacity expansion. The CapEx budget for 2022 as 2.5% of GDP is the highest in terms of GDP share in 15 years, with railways and roads being the key focus area. At Standard Chartered, we have developed financing solutions, including project financing and debt capital markets, customized offerings in financial markets, digital collections and payments, and we are geared to meet the requirements of vendors and buyers in the smart manufacturing ecosystem. We also have strong credentials in mergers and acquisitions and can help potential Japanese investors to identify suitable targets and opportunities. We have been trusted advisors and the bank of first choice for a number of global companies, including large Japanese companies, right from the time they conceptualize their investment into India, and we are keen to continue our journey. That's it from me, and thank you for an opportunity to address this session.
Thank you, sir, for in so few minutes saying so much, and all of it very relevant. It struck me how the previous two speakers in many ways addressed, the themes, some of them recurring, which came up right from the inaugural session. And Murahashi-san, Chief Director General of JETRO, of course, did flag concerns about how we could perhaps make India a bit more welcoming, not only for Japanese companies, but also for these global manufacturing chains, value chains. So I guess financial instruments, smart manufacturing, and other innovations, of course, in some ways can also address these challenges. Up next, may I invite someone which I'm sure all of us are keen to hear, but also one of the really important Japanese companies in India, with whom, from whom we have just so much to learn. So Java-san, may I kindly invite you to please share some of your thoughts and experiences. Thank you.
Good afternoon, namaste, panelists, speakers, and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bharat Bhai, for your warm introduction. I'm indeed touched, and thank you, CI, for giving me this opportunity. I think we have been hearing since morning the various speakers, and a lot has been said. We are all aware that very tough time we had last year because of COVID crisis. But one thing which we have concluded is that this is too costly a crisis to be wasted. So maybe this is a good opportunity for Jugalbandi. When I say Jugalbandi, it is collaborative efforts between Japan and India, and in smart manufacturing too. I also endorse what the earlier speakers, I will not go into the details, but just to name a few, Mr. Vikram Kirloskar and Mr. Kohli said for Japan to encash on India's potential. I very strongly feel that this is a win-win situation for both countries. And in current challenging times, it's imperative that societal outlook towards nation rebuilding aligning with the Japan thinking. If Japan can put up 15,000 factories in China, I think the time for Japan also to look at harnessing technology to improve standard of living so that the population at large can taste the fruit of the journey. Time for Japan to encash on the potential which is existing not only in India, but also India is a gateway to Africa. This can be possible under the aegis of the present government guidance on various policies, because I haven't seen in last 37 years the improvement the way we have improved on various indexes, whether it is ease of doing business or in the country or various economical and financial reforms which have taken place. I think that I also agree that bringing the vision to life by harnessing available talent pool and abundant resources in India to reap the rewards to make its journey sustainable and mutually beneficial at large for both India and Japan. Having said that, I am also aware that the journey which can change the lives of the population at large, which is almost about 37% of the population of the world, including India and Japan, is inadvertently tough and take time for effort to make this reality. I think fair amount of credit goes to DPIT, to CII, to Invest India, to various other government authorities, our embassy in Japan, also the embassy of Japan in India. I mean, I have been interacting at various levels for the last almost about a decade here. And I think lots are happening on both the fronts. So before I actually go into the context of really smart manufacturing, I'd like to talk about this PLI schemes launched by the government. This lays down the guide rails for manufacturing sector to blossom in the country. From AC industry perspective, I can say with a lot of confidence that it can help us to achieve up to 75% of domestic value addition by attracting investments from other ancillaries component manufacturer company from Japan. So, there is the MSME focus, what Mr. Kohli was talking about. I fully endorse that. I think there should be some kind of melas in the smaller towns where maybe some large manufacturing in automotive or in electronics have come, but I think the vendor ecosystem has to be developed and this awareness should be created. The explosive move for the AC industry holds the power to convert India into a manufacturing marvel. It can also help us achieve the 75% of domestic value addition by attracting investments from other ancillary component manufacturer and drive price competitiveness. The audience here comprises of various decision makers representing global corporations who want to be part of this India dream run and would be willing to invest in India to develop manufacturing capabilities in line with the global industry 4.0 trend. I think a robust and effective manufacturing ecosystem will further attract more FDIs in comparison to what has been attracted in the last few years, and also technical know-how from global corporations from Japan wanting to capitalize on the Indian consuming potential. India's today owing to its strategic location advantage, and will and play key role to establishing itself as next destination for global hub. Our Prime Minister has always been talking about self-reliant Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, to make business-friendly way by being partner of choice to many corporations who want to operate out of India, of sitting on the Silk Route and can propel export to the world with global reliability and reputation. In the morning also, my friend Mr. Vikram Kirloskar was talking about that automobile after COVID when it started, I think chip business issues started on the logistics and the supply chain. Same thing I think in electronics happened. For quite some time, the markets were closed, but when the markets opened, most of us had to face the situation, similar situation like, thermistors or the PCBs, etc., etc. I think with Japan as country partners, it is only fair to assume that in future, all the schemes and support from the government will help generate a wide spectrum of employment opportunities for India. I think Japan is also late and India is also late. This is what I feel strongly. We are targeting to generate revenue of over 100,000 lakh crore and create over 300,000 high-skill jobs by manufacturing over 40 million high-quality and global competitive air conditioning for domestic and export market by 2029. This is just a glimpse of what only the one product, which is air conditioner, which has been covered now in the PLI, has a potential to offer. Because right now, if you look at when you compare with China, the low penetration level of 6% in India, and there is a huge potential for the air conditioning industry to grow. Since I am representing this industry, I'm just giving you one example, but I think there are many industries like that which can be copied. And this is a report from the Boston Consulting Group. The AC industry in India can truly reshape its future, subject to its speedy implementation in alignment with Japan. What China really did in 50 years, we can do it better in a shorter time, provided we are all aligned to make this journey together and in mutually respectful manner so that India can play its part in global trade and move in the direction of long-term sustainability, self-reliance, and global dominance. There are certain challenges on this which need to be addressed to improve ease of business index, disabilities like high cost of finance, fragmented infrastructure, inadequacy of skill development are utmost important supply chain inefficiencies. These needs to be addressed. We really need to strengthen the supply chain as it will form one of the most important pillars. And the session before this was really an encouraging one and which makes India the manufacturing hub. We need to work on many fronts simultaneously with speed to overcome and neutralize these challenges, disabilities, and are confident of neutralizing them by overcoming these with proactive support from the government at Japan and government at India. I'm very encouraged to see very high level participation from both the sides, and all these current actions being initiated by the Indian government will serve a multifold purpose of attracting foreign investment, increasing exports, creating jobs, and increasing domestic consumption, which we have been discussing it. From manufacturing perspective, it will augur well for companies because India is ready and Japan is ready to embrace change and move to newer and efficient ways of manufacturing by integrating data science. Already many Japanese companies have left their footprint in India, including Daikin. Our AI IoT center in Hyderabad is a global IoT center and AI center in India, which will further enhance manufacturing processes, the effect of which will neutrally be a world-class, high-quality product made in India, made for exports, made for India, and optimized cost-boosting, cost-competitive position for made in India goods, infusing life to make in India vision for our Prime Minister. The Indian execution and the Japanese technology and the research and development and excellence capabilities can together become a real game changer. I will pause here because of the paucity of time. Thank you very much, and I am open for any questions. Thank you, Bharat Bhai.
Thank you so much, Javasar. It's always wonderful to hear from you because you're a practitioner and already implementing so much, which is still on the ideation level, both at policy level and also in discussion. So thank you for sharing so openly what you're doing. We have only about 15 minutes to go as per the schedule, and still 3 more speakers. But still, I think if there are any burning questions from the audience, could you perhaps just put them down in your Q&A box? And I'm sure the organizers will in some way relay them to me. Up next, may I request Mr. Devrajan from HCL to please give your comments in the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Bharat. Thanks a lot to CII for giving us this opportunity. The topic today is a very interesting topic in terms of strategic partnership with Japan for smart manufacturing. One reason for this strategic partnership is because of the potential. Okay, when we talk about the R&D spend of companies, and we look at the top 3 regions, the third largest region with the maximum amount of R&D spend is Japan. If you were to take a look at the top 100 R&D spenders, 15 of them are from Japan. If you take a look at the top 250 R&D spenders, 41 of them are from Japan. If you take a look at the overall R&D spend of companies across the world, close to around 15% of the R&D spend comes from Japan. And in terms of the strategic partnership, where can this partnership be? See, traditionally a partnership succeeds when there is a complementary partnership. Okay, so as part of the engineering R&D services arm of HCL, all that we do is complementary product engineering and complementary platform engineering. So if you take a look at the strengths of Japan, Japan is extremely strong in manufacturing. Manufacturing excellence is what Japan stands for. And there are 2 pillars. One pillar is their prowess in terms of hardware design and engineering. And second one is in terms of process management. They have come up with a lot of processes in terms of just-in-time technologies, quality management, and so on. However, if you take a look at the last decade, there has been significant progress in softwareization. And now, if you take a look at the top 10 companies in terms of market capitalization, they are all platform companies. Software has actually permeated every industry. So how can we actually complement the strengths of hardware design and engineering and process management with softwareization? India, with its plethora of engineering service providers, IT service providers, and engineering and IT arms of global companies, has a lot of things to offer in terms of softwareization for Japanese companies. So in terms of smart manufacturing, I just want to talk about 4 programs. Okay, one program is, of course, one which most of you talked about, Industry 4.0. Okay, no longer do we need to use physical techniques to actually do prototyping and testing, etc. You can come up with a digital twin of a product and come up with umpteen number of variants and do a whole lot of simulation to arrive at the right variant of product for a given market. Similarly, on the process side, you can use a digital thread to actually do a whole lot of simulation and try to identify where you can arrive at the most optimal process. Similarly, in terms of Industry 4.0, Japan already has a policy in place in terms of Society 5.0. What else can we do in terms of leveraging all the digital technologies like sensorization, IoT, augmented reality, virtual reality, etc., to improve smart manufacturing? How can we ensure that smart manufacturing becomes more hyper-personalized, flexible, and adaptable? Leveraging all these digital technologies will go a long way in taking the Industry 4.0 or the Society 5.0 initiatives further. But it doesn't stop there. There are 3 more programs which I want to talk about. Another big program is in terms of customer insights. Okay, there is a lot of talk about data analytics. There's a lot of talk about big data. But then one thing which is extremely essential for analytics is to ensure that first the data is there. So doing a lot of data engineering work to ensure that we can find a correlation between manufacturing data and customer usability data, customer ticket data, buyer behavior data, etc., to actually arrive at those customer insights can go a long way in actually improving smart manufacturing and making it more hyper-personalized. The third program is in terms of connectivity. How can we leverage new technologies like 5G, etc., to come up with low latency solutions for different industries? Okay, a 5G solution in terms of a low latency solution can mean a simple thing like telematics or active safety or passive safety in the automotive segment. But it could also mean a better customer experience in the retail segment. It could also mean a better maintenance in an industrial manufacturing scenario. One more last program which I want to talk about is platform engineering. Nowadays, gone are the days wherein you actually have a product, you license it out, and then you take a AMC out of it. Everywhere people want to move to something as a service or everything as a service. So how do you actually monetize services? How do you actually monetize usage of a product? By having a platform around it. So there is a lot of work which needs to be done in terms of creating platforms, and even within smart manufacturing, these platforms can actually ensure that data and processes from one subsystem can be used elsewhere to actually create business impact. All of this is extremely essential for us to ensure that manufacturing is smart, adaptable, and flexible. And big advantage which we have in terms of engineering is it's extremely fungible. All of these technologies might look very new, but then they have all been deployed in some unrelated industry or the other. So a big advantage of working with a service provider like us is we have presence across 10 odd verticals, and that allows us to leverage the best practices from an unrelated industry in a totally different industry. So we can take something like imaging in healthcare and use that for active safety in automotive. We can take something like regulatory compliance in automotive and use that for aerospace and even in medical devices. So there are a lot of these areas wherein we can very closely provide complementary services to Japanese companies and ensure that they can take their strengths of hardware design and engineering and process management and leverage it with software to actually become best of breed in their respective industries. So that's all I have to add from my side. Bharat, over to you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Deepak Chopra from the Anand Group to please deliver your remarks.
Thank you, Bharatji. Good afternoon, Bharat, Ms. Chaudhary, Mr. Vijayakar, Mr. Java, Mr. Devarajan, and Mr. Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Really grateful for the introduction, Bharat, and also to CI for this opportunity. Well, as you mentioned earlier, I represent the auto industry, and auto industry, I think in India now is fourth largest globally, and size-wise, $120 billion last in financial year 20, contributes fairly substantially, almost half of the manufacturing GDP of the country, that we all probably know. What we do know also is that with the growth of the economy and the growth in buying power and consequent increase in volumes of the manufactured goods, including in the automotive side, the manufacturing sector now can afford and has been deploying more and more, especially true of automotive, as many of the speakers talked about, in India, more and more this cutting edge smart manufacturing technologies like Industry 4.0, AI and IoT and robotics, automation, and additive manufacturing. And obviously these incorporate much more of digital, IT, cloud computing, electronics, and advanced communication technologies. So, well, I'm no expert on smart manufacturing, but again, I'm more of a practitioner. I'm into business, and I know the worth of using smart technologies. And that's what I think probably I'll concentrate much more on. But talking a little bit about how the world has changed, and especially on the manufacturing side, with really this mass adoption and crashing costs of communication digital technologies, the world has, obviously we know shrunk and come closer. Pace of innovation, evolution of new technologies is much more rapid now, and consequently redundancy of products, as we know, and especially true also of automotive, is much faster. And so it's no longer possible for one entity to really master multiple technologies and remain a leader in diverse field. And it's the age of specialization, and we have to depend upon others for some, other areas. Now, obviously, all this is forcing the world to become much more connected, interdependent, digital, collaborative. And I think as I come from this industry, automotive is a shining example of this particular trend. But while all this actually should have led the globe to become much more inclusive, but we also know that recent trends in international relations, geopolitical risks, including the trade wars within countries, they made the world much more actually divisive and individualistic sometimes. Sadly, with the growing resources influence of China, I think most of the world, including the US and Europe and other advanced countries, including Japan and Korea, are talking about China plus one strategy. And this is obviously to reduce their risk, to reduce their dependence on China. I mean, nobody's talking about moving out of China, but obviously they want to, not put all their eggs in one basket. And that's where, like India and Japan, I think we really have had a very strong partnership and bond of over, I would say, 4 decades in India. I think both in trade and business and manufacturing and service sector. And right from the 80s, but more so in the 90s, after liberalization of policies, there's been a strong wave of, I would say, global companies, but especially the Japanese companies, which have come here and taken the lead in setting up manufacturing bases in India, through various forms of collaborations, technical licenses, JVs, wholly owned entities. And this is there not only in, I would say, automotive, but it's been in consumer durables and machine tools, telecom, and many other sectors of manufacturing and industry. But even in the service sector, as we just saw, our fellow panelists, they are also into that. The trade, banking, insurance, logistics, Bharatji, you are there, and other services. So Japanese companies have had a very strong representation in India. And for India really to take advantage of this China plus one strategy of global companies in the manufacturing sector, it has to really demonstrate advantages and strengths, which compared to countries which are competing with it, like Indonesia or like Thailand or Vietnam or Brazil or any other developing countries, and we have to do it quickly. And and we all know that India offers obviously very natural advantages, like which should encourage global companies to set up base here in India, like a very large growing domestic market and aspirational middle class. And we have talked about it, like prosperity in rural areas, English speaking workforce and trained engineers and things like that. But also, I think on the government side, I think because all stakeholders have to contribute to it. So government is trying to do its bit. We see a lot of rapid improvement in the roads, seaports, airports, and that's what was also lagging behind India. We're still behind, but we are catching up now soon. Of course, a lot of other initiatives of the government of India, like concentrating on on their rank on ease of doing business, Make in India initiative, and recent labor reforms. And of course, we talked earlier about the productivity linked incentive scheme, which really covers 14 sectors with the, actually capacity of additional revenue generation of almost $500 billion, what we're talking about in the next 5 years after the PLI scheme comes into force from FY 22-23. So I think, really the lot that the government is doing, but, the hard, smart, and innovative work which has to be done is by the industry players, by us in the manufacturing sector. And obviously what we are doing currently, right, we have to continue to do, which is like having, first of all, self-belief and imaginative we have to be, and we have to rely on India-specific frugal innovation and low-cost automation, culture of quality, zero defect. All those things we have to continue to do, invest more in R&D, of course. But apart from that, I think we have to also really take care of our tier 2s and tier 3s. And that's been a weak area for manufacturing, especially in automotive, but I'm sure in other manufacturing sectors which use this tiering structure, that we have to really have more symbiotic relationships, collaborative relationships with them and take them along with us, when we are doing. And apart from the fact that we have to collaborate more with the government, industry bodies and academia, both here in India as well as abroad. And we talked about even Japanese academic institutions wanting to really come and help us here. But again, I think in India, for it to become a large manufacturing base for the world, apart from all these things which we are doing right, we have to use our strong relationships with advanced countries, and particularly like Japan, to make this rapid progress in introducing smart manufacturing technologies. So that we can attain zero defect processes and products with globally best productivity and competitive costs, and also agile and be flexible and be the speaker before me talked about agile manufacturing and flexible manufacturing. So we all need to do that. And we know that Japan and Japanese companies are equally keen to capture this opportunity jointly with us through various forms of collaborations we talked about. And this is what the CII conference and exhibition is all about, to facilitate it. I think just one fact I would like to point out before closing. I think just imagine that, what automotive industry is going through with the rapid technology changes, particularly this, what we call ACEs, like, autonomous and connected and electric and shared mobility. I think all these features, apart from the regulation side, which was talked about on safety and emissions, I think this industry is the most fertile ground, not only because it offers such a huge new market opportunity, which is estimated to be something like around $200 billion by 2030. Even if half of it comes through, I mean, that's an independent study by Center for Energy Finance. But let's say even if half of it comes through, it's more than $100 billion of new market opportunity. But not only because of the market opportunity, but I really realized that, okay, that, that without smart manufacturing techniques, you cannot reach there. Such a transformation is virtually impossible. And that is why we have to adopt all these smart manufacturing technologies, what we talked about. So really, it's a great opportunity for all of us in India, and we all need to rise to this challenge and capitalize on it and take advantage of it. All the companies have to actually consciously spend money. We used to talk about R&D, because typically in automotive industry, we were dependent a lot on foreign companies for our at least product technologies. Process technologies still we were able to buy or have through equipment manufacturers or develop our own, but product technologies we were dependent on that. But now I think on the smart manufacturing techniques, we have to also start investing much more than what we have been doing so far. So that's the need of the hour, and I'm sure I think the industry will take notice, and a lot of efforts and initiatives are being taken, which have been talked about. I'll not go into that. And so good luck and all the best. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'm mindful that we've already exceeded the closing time for the seminar. So with the indulgence of the audience, I think we'll just go another few minutes over time. The previous two speakers in some ways represented the two powerhouses which are globally recognized as strong pillars of the Indian economy, so namely IT and automotive. And the next speaker, I think in some ways symbolizes the sunrise sector, so the food processing more specifically. So Mr. Singh, looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Joshi. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and because I was having a little bit more big presentation to give, but I will go with a smaller one. See, when we are talking about this smart manufacturing, in Yakult, we are doing many smart manufacturing things. Like why we need this smart manufacturing is one, because this company Yakult, we are making a hygiene product. So the smart manufacturing why required, we don't want hand touch. We don't need, we need a process which should be very efficient. We need a process which should be very accurate, quality wise, everything. So that's why we need this smart manufacturing first. So that way the Yakult is continuously enhancing the technology and we are making this manufacturing. Second, what is more needed for smart technology? Second is how to train our manpower, like Indian source, if we are talking about how to enhance the skills, what are the concepts which required. So that is also we are giving to our employees, because as per the Japanese, my director normally says that they have been traveling to different countries in the past, and only India they find the people are very skilled and they have never faced any major incident or accident happening in terms of technical. Like they face many problems in other countries, but in India still date for last 14 years we have not faced any technical problem or mistake happening. So in that way technically we are very strong, not what normally we get the comment. Secondly, if we talk about the traditional which we are learning, in India, we are getting many concepts like which I don't know, maybe people are there. We call Horon Show is there one. Second is 5S we are talking about, or we are making many committees where we are encouraging our employees to be to participate in these activities, and in that way they are again building up the skill, they are building up the self uh, they are becoming a self dependent on their own, like they don't need to like be outside somewhere or depend on somebody or some other. So we are enhancing their skills, we are making them self belongingness in terms of caring of the self machine, learn about the machine, caring of self, and what is hygiene, why health is required, all those things. Secondly, we are also making them self defense discipline related to punctuality. See why I'm talking about, maybe I'm in HR, but why smart manufacturing is required. We required for manpower also, we required for the customer also, we required also for the production efficiency. So that's why this all things required in one go. So in that way the self discipline, why required punctuality, like what time need to be come, need to be take care of the planning, need to be very accurate with the activities, all those things. So that is also we are doing, and we are having many cost cut things. We are doing lot of research in R&D, because Yakult is also in very big R&Ds science. So we are getting much knowledge about like India and Japan, and we are getting much collaboration with government also. And many government companies, even foreign companies are coming to the manufacturing area, seeing the things, how we are adopting the Japanese technology. And in that way, we are propagating our technology, our business, and our product also. So that's why we are like more enhancing the things, like concept, like Devra sir said, concept. They have lot of concept to learn, lot of technology to learn, and we are very good in the learning stage. Like in India, we are very skilled, we are very much in knowledge, and we are good learners. So in that way, we are collaborating India and Japan, and that way we are enhancing and developing the systems. That is from my side. If somebody has any question, because I was having a presentation, maybe it will take much more longer.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Singh, for actually foregoing your presentation and being sensitive towards the time. And of course, being from the food business, I'm sure you realize this is also nearing, dangerously close to lunch hour. So, so thanks a lot for that. But if I may request you to please share your presentation with the organizers. So maybe Rajesh and the others could just share this with the audience or upload it somehow, because I, for one, would be keen to on my own just go through a presentation, so it won't be the same. So with that, I think I just have a very pleasant task of concluding both this session and the event itself, and deliver a very hearty vote of thanks to all panelists who for me especially, it was a huge learning experience listening to each one of you from a very different, field. And, I hope all the audience also found it similarly useful. So thank you all very much, and please stay connected and please keep attending such webinars in future. So arigato gozaimasu and gozaimashita, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Screen line में कर देंगे, हैं? दिखाओ दिखाओ